everyone. Thank you so much for joining us on this second day of our Shining a Light on Energy conference. I'm Helena. I will be acting as the question box for today, for this first panel at least. So for those of you who weren't here yesterday, the question box function essentially is if you'd like to ask any questions during the presentations or afterwards, you can send them in the chat directly to me. Just make sure to introduce yourselves. You can also use the raise hand function in Zoom. So yeah, feel free to use either of those. Our panel today, the first one, will be running from 11 till 12:30, and it's called Making the Energy Transition Work. So I'm very delighted that we have Professor Andrea Bonzani here today to chair this panel for us. Andrea is an expert in energy policy and regulation, focusing on gas, electricity, and emissions markets. And he currently works in London at EDF Trading. And he's also worked previously for Natolin and as a consultant for the UN and for the World Bank. And he also now teaches at Sciences Po, a course on the economics and policy of gas and electricity, as well as teaching here at the College of Europe. So I think he's the perfect person to chair our panel today on making the energy transition work. So I'll pass over the floor to him.
Thank you, Elena. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be moderating this panel. Although I think we all agree it would have been much better to be on campus in Natolin, but unfortunately circumstances force us to be behind a screen, but we'll try and make the most out of it. So making the transition work in the context of a conference taking stock of energy since the entry into force of the Lisbon Treaty over 10 years ago. I think it's a very timely time to take stock over what happened in the last 10 years. Don't have to tell you that energy and energy policy in the European Union did not start with the Lisbon Treaty. It was mentioned yesterday that an integration of energy, particularly in coal, was at the foundation of European integration with the coal and steel community in 1952. Then 5 years later, we had Euratom. And in the past 25 to 30 years, there's been very large production of energy legislation by the European Union, leveraging existing competence in competition policy and environmental policy, which led to the three energy packages, the 2020 package, the EU ETS directive, all of which have been notable successes for the European Union in promoting a European energy market and the integration of energy in the European Union. The Lisbon Treaty was, however, significant in explicitly making energy a shared competence of in the European Union through Article 194. If you look at what happened over the last 10 years, however, if we look back where we were, it seems to me a geological era has passed, not merely a decade. 10 years ago, the European Union was just facing the implementation of the third energy package, and the target models for liberalized gas and electricity markets were being developed. At the same time, the 2020 package had just become legislation in December 2008, and by many quarters it was considered too ambitious, not achievable, and somehow a misguided energy policy. If we broaden to the rest of the world, what was happening, we were just coming out of the massive setback of COP15 in Copenhagen in December 2009. The European Union looked really isolated in its approach to energy policy, notably the strong integration between energy and climate, and the broader context of the energy industry. Technological development did not seem favorable to decarbonize energy sources, but we were just entering the so-called shale gas revolution in the United States that at the time by many was considered something that could easily lead to a global revolution with shale gas reserves being developed globally. Fast forward 10 years, we're in a very, very different context. In electricity, if we look at levelized cost of energy, new installations, new large-scale installations of wind and solar power in favorable locations are cheaper than equivalent new installations of conventional energy sources. This is driving the decarbonization of the electrification of many energy uses, and also in those uses that are not likely to be electrified, decarbonized solutions such as hydrogen, low carbon gases are being increasingly discussed. So this has been a significant transformation that translated into energy, the new energy policy, both in the European Union and globally. So I think what we should reflect on now is whether it is time to completely rethink the functioning of energy market and the role of energy policy, or the current policy context in the European Union is still fit for purpose and only needs incremental improvement. And this is what we hope to discuss today with our four great panelists and a paper which they will now present. But before moving forward with the panelists, I'd like to pick the brain of the audience as well. And we're prepared with the help of Helena and the Energy and Climate Society, some instant polls that should appear on your screen now. So please submit your feedback, reply to these two questions. Is the current EU energy market design fit for the purpose of delivering the energy transition? And in the second question, you would have to choose one area where you believe change is most needed. And we listed a few: carbon pricing, wholesale energy market design, retail pricing, customer engagement, network tariffs, system costs and taxes, renewable support schemes, or something else. So I hope you all voted. So without further ado, I'll move on to introducing the panelists. We have four panelists with four very different papers, which I think is an indication of the wide spectrum of issues that we're facing now in trying to make the energy transition work. So the first paper will be presented by Arnold Bruhin, who is an energy and climate policy consultant at Navigant in Berlin. He has previously worked in the EU Executive Agency for SMEs, and he's also an alumnus of the College of Europe in Bruges. His paper will be titled "Introducing Flexible Energy Governance for Renewable Energy: How the EU Came to Drop Nationally Binding Targets for 2030. So Arnold, before giving the floor to you and to your presentation, I'd like to test the audience once again with a question more specifically related to your paper. Should appear on your screen very soon. So, the absence of binding 2030 national renewable targets represent a setback for EU decarbonization efforts. Do you agree or disagree? Fine, I hope responses came in. So Arnold, the floor is yours. You can share your screen so we can see your presentation.
Great. Thank you, Andrea, for the kind introduction. I hope you can all see my screen by now, the slides. Perfect. Yeah, a very good morning to all of you. I'm very excited to be part of this conference. And first of all, big thank you, of course, to the Natolin Energy and Climate Society for putting together this great conference. As Andrea has already introduced the topic that I'm interested in, focusing so on the new energy and climate framework for 2030, and more specifically on the question of how the EU came to abandon in the end the nationally binding targets for 2030 for renewables that we used to have before under the 2020 package. So very briefly, maybe just as a recap, and I'm sure that many of you will know this graph already taken from the European Commission. But just as a background, to give you an overview of the target sets that we had under the 2020 package and that we now have in the 2030 framework. And as you can see here, for renewables, the target for 2030 is now to have at least 32% share of renewables in final energy consumption by 2030. But arguably the more noticeable evolution compared to the 2020 package, besides, of course, the new target levels, is indeed the new governance or the new energy union framework and the new governance scheme that was adopted as part of it. And that also, of course, goes back to the European Commission's Energy Union initiative launched back in 2015. So just very briefly very short overview on what kind of the new governance framework looks like. So the main difference now for renewables is that we no longer have a renewables target, which is broken down into nationally binding targets for each member state. But instead, we have one collective EU target to be achieved by 2030. And that, of course, means that kind of the ultimate enforcement option for the European Commission being kind of launching infringement procedures against member states in case of non-compliance is kind of no longer available under the new framework. And then the other innovations, if you will, are of course kind of the streamlined reporting of member states that we now have with the new framework. So meaning that member states now have integrated national energy and climate plans where they report where they state their targets and also report on the measures taken, not only for renewables, but of course also for efficiency and meeting the greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. And that is, of course, we used to have kind of separate reporting schemes for that under the 2020 package. And also under the new scheme, importantly, the European Commission now has an increased role of assessing, of course, the national contributions and the national energy and climate plans against the collective EU targets. And so just to give you a flavor, here's a tweet of the then climate commissioner Cañete tweeting about the final compromise that was reached back in 2018 on the new governance regulation. So after a long night, typical example of kind of the compromise finding in the EU policy making after a long night of trialogue and negotiations. And you see the lead negotiators on the picture. And so my focus in looking at the new governance framework with regards to renewables was really from a kind of policy perspective to look at the agenda setting and policy formulation process. And for that, what was kind of useful was kind of the lens of policy entrepreneurship, which leads us to look at how actors try and shape the agenda by framing problems and discourses and proposing solutions. And then, of course, and to have also the kind of continuous advocacy towards the policy process to advance their cause and their favorite solutions. And of course, very indicative as well of the EU's kind of compromise-oriented policy system is kind of the type or the example or the means of coalition building, which is of course very important as well, and a key vector in that case of policy entrepreneurship, which we can take as a kind of driver or a means really to see kind of really which actors are shaping the agenda and the policy formulation. And kind of conventionally, or kind of the starting point here for me as well was a bit to look at this agenda setting process. Since, I mean, traditionally, and also if we look at the treaties, the European Commission is, of course, the institution which is kind of the one, dominating the agenda setting and policy formulation process with its right to propose legislation and policy. And so here the question was a bit then as well, what role has the Commission had in with regards to the 2030 framework? Also, if we compare it or if we look at the context together with the other actors, so it's particularly the role of the member states and the European Council, and then also considering the role of the European Parliament. So what's really the agenda setting roles of these institutions with the focus on the Commission. And what we saw with the post 2020 framework compared when we compare it back to the adoption process of the 2020 package, is that overall, kind of weaker or more mitigated, more ambivalent support from the side of member states regarding the renewable energy targets. And the question was debated whether the EU should keep or not actually a target for renewables at all. So there was a strong, and this is an example here of the coalition building referred to earlier. There was a very vocal group of member states, also among them the UK initially, but then also very vocally the Visegrad Plus group. And you see their joint, or the screenshot here of their joint statement on the left, which came out early in the process, really arguing against keeping renewables target for the 2030 package, and also arguing that this would actually undermine their right under 195 TFEU, so their right to determine their own energy mix, as it was argued. The UK, interestingly, also opposed initially the idea of keeping the renewables target as such as well, due to the idea of keeping the emissions trading scheme and the goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions as an overarching target. And so on the other hand, the group of member states, which used to be more in favor and promoting renewable energies, and also the fact of having a target for 2030, were a bit weaker also now in the formulation process of the 2030 goals when compared to the previous 2020 package. And so what came out of this was then the European Council conclusions back in October 2014, which basically set pretty much the framework now of the current target structure, meaning that what was proposed was to have a greenhouse gas emission reduction target, of course, and then a non-binding or a binding renewables target, but binding on the EU level only. And so if we turn on then to the role of the European Commissions, there we also see kind of enhanced internal divisions in the policy formulation process for the 2030 framework. And so initially the presidency, so under kind of President Barroso at the time, pursued the objective of formulating the 2030 in line with the trajectories put forward with the Energy Roadmap 2050. So that would have meant to keep actually nationally binding renewables targets for member states as well. But then in following in the process, then open kind of divergences emerged between the directorates for energy and climate, and also kind of in public comments of the then energy and climate commissioners Oettinger and Hedegaard, who really argued for or against, in that case, keeping renewables target. And that was also a notable difference when compared to the previous policy package and its adoption at the time. And these kind of open divergences, we could argue, were also kind of made possible by the more ambivalent or ambivalent interest constellation among member states, meaning that the Commission's presidency and also those initially arguing in favor of keeping strong renewables targets binding for member states could not succeed finally in getting what they're envisaged. However, I mean, at the same time, it's also clear, I mean, coming from the different interest constellation, it was also seen as a good compromise, or the best compromise in the end that could be achieved. So that was also an idea or a perception put forward by Commission officials at the time. And again, I mean, the arguments raised within the Commission debate here were, on the one side, to keep the European the emissions trading scheme as the EU's flagship climate and energy instrument. So meaning that this would this would mean that we wouldn't need actually separate renewables targets, under the assumption that kind of increased carbon prices would kind of incentivize renewables development and energy efficiency anyways. And also another argument here was then to give member states a flexibility then to reach their overall renewables, the overall greenhouse gas emission targets. So just to give you kind of a flavor of the debates, coming back to the agenda shaping and discourse shaping techniques that I referred to earlier. So if we move on, we can see that kind of the European Council and member states had a strong role in shaping the post-2020 framework now for energy and climate. Since essentially, I mean, they kind of target structure that was kind of the compromise deals among state leaders was then of course kept, since kind of the European Commission that didn't see the political leeway to depart from that. And also, of course, kind of the EU level target for renewables now reflects not only kind of the compromise between or among member states, but also kind of the internal compromise among the Commission directorates and the commissioners of the time. And also what was also received positively, or the opportunity then was seen as well by Commission officials to really to use kind of the new governance scheme to also extend its supervision powers, if you will, on kind of the formulation and review of national energy plans and strategies. So that was also a notable development. And last, not to forget the European Parliament as an important actor, of course, in this game. And we could really see that the European Parliament is a key driver, not only for driving higher targets and were initially agreed upon by kind of state leaders and the European Council conclusions, but also to introduce kind of indicative milestones. So that means that now there are kind of milestones at which certain percentages of the overall 2030 targets should be achieved by the EU as a whole. And then if that's not the case, if the European Commission notices that there are kind of deviations of that, then it can issue recommendations to the member states, which are to take due account of them, to adjust their national policies in order to fulfill the collective EU target. And we had a very good presentation on that by Anna Matthews on yesterday's panel, if you had the chance to attend. So I'm not going to dive into too much detail on this here. And also a final point that the European Parliament then managed to introduce was to have the 2020 targets and their fulfillment as an obligation for member states under the current 2030 framework as well, serving kind of as a backstop, if you will. And so just a very brief outlook before I conclude now. I think it's very interesting now to see with the new commission, of course, the move towards and the proposed EU climate law for achieving climate neutrality by 2050. And that, of course, means that also the 30 targets will have to be updated. So that, of course, concerns the greenhouse gas emission reduction target, but will also certainly have implications for the renewables target. And that it's already clear then, if that is adopted, then that the 2023 national energy and climate plans will have to reflect these new level of ambition, of course. And so I think when we compare the two policy processes of 28, 29, where kind of the 2020 package was adopted with kind of the current, with the process leading to the current 2030 package, was that clearly the European Commission is not shaping its proposal in a vacuum, and there's a strong role of member states and of course the European Council in that case as well. The European Parliament is a key driver for ambition and stringency in the governance framework. Generally, I think also what we can see is that national and European energy and climate policies becoming increasingly intertwined. And generally also this kind of new framework reflects maybe a broader trend towards kind of these iterative governance schemes that was in this case even inspired by the European semester, but which was very clearly as well embodied in the Paris Agreement, and potentially also the EU climate law will build kind of on such a monitoring scheme established with the governance framework. So with that, concludes my part of the presentation. So thank you very much for the invitation and your interest. Back to you, Andrea.
Thank you very much, Arnold. Very, very interesting, very helpful overview. I suggest if there are questions specifically directed at Arnold's paper, Helena can read them out. Otherwise, we can move to the next one directly.
Yeah, no questions so far.
Okay, so now we move on to the second presentation by Lise van Villet. Lise is a master's candidate at the College of Europe in Natolin, and also an active member in the Energy and Climate Society. So it's not only a presenter here today, but I believe it's been an active organizer. So thank you once again. He's previously studied at the University of Groningen and Amsterdam, as well as in Russia at the Higher School of Economics in Moscow and St. Petersburg State University. His paper today would be titled Bindingness and Stringency in Post-Lisbon Renewables Governance in the European Union and the Energy Community. So a presentation very much related to the previous one, but adding the very important external dimension on which we are very keen to know more about. So, Lisa, you can share your screen. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Andrea, for the introduction. Let's see. I think you should be able to see the presentation right now. Okay, so then I will start. So thank you very much, Arnold Bruhin, for the first presentation, especially because it's quite relevant for people to understand what I've been researching. Because my research is basically about the bindingness and stringency in renewable governance in the energy community. And it asks the question whether whether the energy community is going back from a more stringent or from a more binding framework back to a more lenient framework. But I will discuss this in this presentation. So it's very important for my puzzle, like the question that I asked myself, since we see, like you discussed, Arnold, in your presentation, that we kind of see a harder soft governance turn in the European Union itself, meaning that from a binding member state target, we went to a binding overall target in the 2030 framework. I was wondering how this developed in the energy community. And the energy community is quite a unique organization, I can say. You see here in the picture all the member states, within blue, the European Union member states, and then in yellow, the contracting parties, as they are called. And I should mention that Georgia has become a member, which is still here shown as a candidate country. And what's so unique about this organization is that it's actually the non-EU member states voluntarily adopt the energy acquis, the energy legislation of the European Union, in order to reform their markets, in order to reform their governance. So in order for my research to work, like the analytical framework that I used was going beyond a hard-soft governance dichotomy to the operationalization of bindingness and stringency, based very much on a paper written by Sebastian Obertour, in which he assesses the 2020 framework opposed to the 2030 framework, and also the current governance framework used in the Paris Agreement. So maybe it's a lot of information here, but it's basically the scheme that I used, and I will just briefly go over the points that I've addressed in my paper. So the legal status, first of all, is basically the legal status. So it means, is a certain act adopted, is it binding or not? And then for the EU, they should look at the Renewable Energy Directive from 2009 and the governance regulation, which has been addressed in the last presentation. So whether, and the whole scheme goes from low to high. So low means low bindingness or stringency, and high means high bindingness and stringency. So first I looked at the legal status. Second point is the nature of obligation, with a difference between a substantive and a procedural obligation, meaning substantive, a certain goal to achieve, and procedural, more the way in which it should be achieved. So this scheme of recommendations based on the open method of coordination, like also was addressed in the last presentation. Then the precision and prescriptiveness, I used 4 elements, basically the addressee, so to whom it's binding, the substance, what is actually the goal to be achieved, the timeline, by when, and the methods, so which methods are allowed or which schemes are envisioned by the relevant organization. For the accountability, I looked at the effective oversight, so who is the relevant institution, basically looking at the targets and looking at the process, and who are in charge of overseeing the achievement of the goals, and whether the data that has been used, which is quite crucial in the related to renewable energy, because the data is determined whether the goals are achieved and what goals should be achieved, because the final goal of renewable energy is a percentage of the final energy mix. And then finally, I looked at the effective implementation and enforcement, with the difference between facilitation measures, political implementation tools, and legal enforcement measures. So that's basically looking at the means available to the monitoring bodies to correct possible deficiencies during the implementation process. Okay, so I hope I didn't bombard you too much with lots of information, but I will move on to how this looks in the European Union, what we have basically just discussed. And I will use 2 time frames, so the 2020 framework and the 2030 framework. With the 2020 framework, a 20% of renewable energy targets by 20% of renewable energy by 2020, and the 2030, 32% of renewable energy in the final energy mix of the member states. And what I found here was that for the precision and prescriptiveness and for the effective implementation and enforcement, it went from high to medium, which really reflects what we've just discussed when there was a shift from nationally binding targets to a more European-wide binding targets, and that it's quite hard to enforce it on a separate member states, but more as a whole. But what we can see here is the accountability went up. So it went from the governance scheme. So with the governance regulation, there's now more oversight, and there's a tighter control of the European Commission. There's a bigger role also of the European Commission in this process, in which it can issue recommendations, and it can really utter the member states to take action towards the common goal to be achieved. Okay, so then this is actually where my research kind of tried to take it one step further, and that's moving to the energy community itself. So how does this look? How does this change in governance look in the external energy governance of renewable energies? So here, the first thing I kind of walked into was that the legal status for the energy community. You should know that as soon as there's legislation adopted by the European Union, it's not yet part of the energy community immediately. So it has to be separately adopted by the Ministerial Council, which is a body made up by all the ministers of the relevant countries, so of the contracting parties and the EU member states. And that's why in 2009, when the Lisbon Treaty was adopted, when the renewable energy governance scheme was adopted for the first time, and when these 2020 by 2020 targets were adopted, there was still a very low it was basically a low score on all elements, because there was no scheme adopted yet. So then we moved to the 2020 framework, which was adopted in 2012 by a ministerial council decision. And there we should know, we already see quite clearly that for the legal status, it has moved to a similar amount of bindingness as the EU, with a huge difference that the acquis has not been completely transcribed yet in the contracting parties, but I will come back to that later. And instead of having the 20% renewable energy target for every contracting party, they went towards an individual target from 11 to 40% of renewable energies. And I think what's important to notice and to mention here is that in general, 99% of the legislation adopted by the energy community is very similar to what the EU legislation is. So only small adaptations have been done when these legislative acts have been adopted. And so why you can see that for the 2020 framework, actually very similar, although it was later adopted, very similar to the EU's framework. For the 2030 framework, this is quite different, because there is currently no 2030 framework adopted yet for the energy community, meaning that this has not been adopted by the Ministerial Council, and that is scheduled to be later this year or the beginning of 2021 even. And one of the outstanding issues for the 2030 framework, which has not been adopted yet, is that the contracting parties cannot agree on certain issues, such as what should be the individual level of contribution by these contracting parties, how should enforcement be understood, and will there be a similar level of ambition as in the EU? And this is quite difficult, because there are some issues also with the effective implementation enforcement, because the Ministerial Council takes decision over when there's a dispute, the Ministerial Council takes a decision by unanimity, which is quite difficult to enforce. But I think the most important similarity to the EU's framework is that there has been a constant increase in accountability, meaning that in the beginning of 2009, there was almost zero attention to renewable energy policy in the contracting parties, and this has increased significantly throughout the years. And one of my main findings is also that the data, which was completely unreliable in the beginning of renewable energy policy in the contracting parties, has become more and more secure and more reliable. So let me then move on to the conclusions. So can we indeed see a move back from a more stringent governance model to a more lenient governance model? Well, we can certainly say that there is indeed a decrease of the harder governance elements also in the energy community, because there's simply no framework adopted yet. And there's the big question of, will there be individual binding targets, or will there be, again, like in the EU, a regional target, which is really difficult because the contracting parties are not in a similar contract as the EU member states are. So, but to on the positive notes, this increase in accountability, both in the EU as in the energy community, has been quite different, because in the EU, the member states are basically tied into a closer relation with the EU through the renewed reporting scheme, to the recommendation that the EU makes, and to the increased role of the Commission. While in the contracting parties, this change in accountability has caused the contracting parties to be in a closer relationship in general with renewable energy policy making, which was virtually absent in the beginning, and has become more and more apparent and more in the forefront. And there should be also, it should be mentioned that there is a great role for the special group on renewable energy within the energy community. And there's finally, I should say, there's some large caveats, because unfortunately there's currently only a partial implementation of the energy acquis in the contracting party, meaning that the last report that I wrote was only 43% of all the energy acquis. There's currently, as I said already a few times, there's no agreement in the energy community on the 2030 targets for the contracting parties, and in general there is no adoption of this 2030 framework yet. And as the special commission, the 2014 high-level reflection group already mentioned, in 2014 there's an absence of an effective sanctioning mechanism in the energy community for the reasons that I mentioned already before. But it's also quite understandable, because the unwillingness of the Ministerial Council to adopt a financial sanctioning mechanism can be explained that national ministers are often wary of adopting a certain national renewable energy target, because they found out how difficult it is actually to implement those targets. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening, and if there's any questions, then please let me know.
Okay. Thank you, Lise. I suggest after these first two presentations, we share the result of a poll we ran on 2030 target. So, quite a significant majority that agrees with the statement, meaning that they believe the absence of binding national targets is indeed a setback for EU decarbonization efforts. Like perhaps Arnold and Lise, do you want to comment on that? Does that reflect your views as well?
Yeah, thanks, Andrea. And, yeah, interesting finding. I mean, I think Lise made a very good point in differentiating a bit what we can kind of the different parameters that we can look at. So in terms of the target settings and kind of the if you just look at the legal status of the target, I would agree that this. I mean, of course, it's a different nature now of the target, and it's less stringent and less, binding for national member states, of course. So in that regard, that in my view, that could represent then a setback. But if we look at the accountability and the oversight then that the European Commission now has, and its role also in the formulation of these national energy and climate plans, I think it's a more kind of mixed picture, if you will. Particularly also if we look at the consultation processes that member states now are to engage when they kind of devising their national energy and climate plans, which also includes the civil society or a kind of more broader consultation process, which also I think in the end reinforces a bit the role, opens up member states to inputs of different actor groups, and also in the end role of the Commission, I think.
Lisa, given your presentation, I think your views may be somehow similar.
Yes. For me, it's very similar. And I think in the end, it remains a very difficult issue, like enforcing these targets, because also like I mentioned, like in the energy community, it's quite difficult, and there's a very meek prospects of enforcing these targets through legal means. But I guess it's similar in the EU, because what's going to happen at the end of the 2020 targets, if, for example, the Dutch government, which has a very low score on renewable energy percentages of the final energy mix, are going to be told by the Commission to pay huge fines, for example. Like, how is this going to motivate them to keep increasing this renewable energy scheme? So I don't know. I haven't found a definite answer yet, but I'm on the way to form at least my informed opinion.
Great. Any other questions, Helena?
Yeah. We do have one question from the audience. If anyone else has any, feel free to raise your hand or send them to me. The question is for Lisa and or Arnold. The question is, can you describe in more detail how more sophisticated data and a larger body of data leads to more accountability, and how that mechanism works? That's from Cass Loudstra. Maybe Lisa first?
Yes. Yeah, I can elaborate. Yes, so the big question here, especially in the energy community, is that in the beginning, the energy community's performance or the contracting parties was basically all over the place due to a lack of parameters and reliable data. And since the renewable energy targets are supposed to represent the share of renewables by 2020, for example, it is essential to know what the baseline values are. So what happened under the 2020 framework is that on a few occasions, the contracting parties had to come back and adjust their baseline values because they didn't measure correctly the output of a certain energy station, or for example, for biomass, etc. And this basically leads to a situation in which the contracting parties can always invoke this unreliability of energy of their metering to actually not comply with the targets that are set. So it's kind of used as a defense mechanism by the contracting parties not to adhere to these targets. And that's why the new 2030 framework actually aims to address this absence of reliable data, and it's very emphasizing modeling and projections and socioeconomic impact studies. So it's really like a tour of the European Union across these countries to assess and to kind of create a framework which can also bind them to adhere to it, which has been absent in the past. And what one official also remarked was that it was kind of a political agreement back in the days, saying like, okay, let's start working towards a framework that works for us. And now it's kind of the point has arrived where this framework should actually start working and should be keeping member states accountable. So this is basically what I meant by that.
We do have one more question if there's time. Yeah. The question is from Marta. She asks, in your personal opinion, do you think it is possible to achieve an effective consensus between all EU member states on the topic of renewable energy introduction and consumption, since different countries rely on different sources of energy? Maybe Arnold?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, the solution or the agreement will definitely be then a compromise, right? I mean, we saw that with the adoption now of the 2030 framework, even more when we compare it back to the 2020 package, is indeed, I mean, the roles or member states arguing that they'd like to achieve their greenhouse gas emission reductions by different means. So not only renewables, but also of course, I mean, we have member states like France heavily relying on nuclear, and also other states, I mean, using different technologies. So ultimately, I mean, as we saw now with the 2030 framework, that had to be a compromise solution. But I think the strength and of the EU and the policy process in the EU is that actually it's able then to deliver these kind of compromises. And as we saw that even now, if the stringency of the target level is maybe less than compared to the 2020 target, the accountability now, or the mechanisms in place for enforcing accountability have been sharpened. So this also kind of reflects on a compromise agreement, then, I think.
We should not forget the interaction between the different targets. We have a binding 2030 targets on carbon emission reductions, and we're moving towards a 2050 net zero objective. And by definition, if we reach that target, there will have to be a substantial increase in the share of renewable energies in the energy system. And for many member states, that would be by default the best option, the cheapest one, and the one with the largest number of positive spillovers from many point of views. So even without binding national targets, the reality would be that because of other targets being imposed, there would be a substantial increase of renewables. If there's no more questions, also given the time, I would swiftly move to the third presentation. Presentation by Elena Donati, who works for CER, the Council of European Energy Regulators in Brussels, where she coordinates work streams on customer and retail markets and market integrity and transparency. Prior to this, Elena has worked 7 years at the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, and also she's an alumna of the College of Europe in Natolin. Her paper would be on energy communities. The title is Energy Communities in the Clean Energy Package, Regulatory Challenges and Opportunities for Collective Prosumers in the EU. Very important topic, forward-looking. Before Elena cracks on with her presentation, we prepared another poll that the audience should be able to see on the screen. So the statement is, energy communities will be a prominent feature of the EU energy sector in this decade, in the 2020s. To what extent you agree or disagree with this statement? So I think everyone's voted. So Elena, the floor is yours. You can share your screen so we can see the slides.
Sure. Thank you, Andrea, for the introduction, and thank you for the College of Europe for the invitation, especially the students, society. I think it's a good occasion to reflect and take a break on maybe initiatives that some of us have seen in real time and didn't have the time actually either being part of the agenda setting, policy formulation, or being a stakeholder or an advocate, a certain position to reflect upon. So it's good always to see where we are coming from and where we are heading to. So choose this topic. I know that now that we, okay, so yeah. So before diving into the European legislative framework for energy communities, which is coming mainly from the Electricity Market Directive and the revised Renewable Directive, I think it's important and helpful to recall the main purposes of energy communities and consumer empowerment. I know that usually, now that we are more in the transposition phase, there is more interest on the technical details, but it's good to go back and see which were the principles inspiring these initiatives, the concepts, if they were new or not, and also how the EU legislator took that into account. I would like to bring you back to 2015, actually, the European Union, the Energy Union strategy, and the famous headline, putting consumer at the center stage, meaning that that strategy was actually set in a vision of an energy union where citizens were taking ownership of the energy transition, and they should have benefit from new technologies, especially for lowering their bills, and actively participating in the market. And there was also the concept of protecting, of course, the vulnerable customers and consumers. Going from there to the communication on delivering a new deal for energy consumers, there the perspective was a bit different. It was more looking at the barriers, in particular on the retail market, retail energy market, and the obstacles to consumers for fully benefiting from the energy transitions, in particular obstacles that could have prevent consumers from self-consumptions or self-generation. So all these concepts, they were actually not new. I can quote, for instance, something that my organization, the CEO, the Council of European Regulators, was doing already in 2012. We have published with the European Consumer Association what we call a vision, a 2020 vision for the European energy consumer, and we were already including and incorporating such concepts. And if you look back at all the impact assessments or all documents have been prepared, stakeholders consultation at the time, you see all these recurring concepts of empowering the consumers and the fact that directly engaging citizens was a good way to increase acceptance, especially for renewable energy projects, as this was actually already proved in several countries at the time these initiatives were discussed. Another point behind the concept of consumer empowerment, which I would like to stress, is the fact that they can be an opportunity for citizens to invest private capital, again, in the renewable energy projects. And also, as I said, the overall concept of consumer empowerment was part of the at the time, but still current macro trends that I try to illustrate here. I mean, picking up a few of them. So empowering consumers at the local level, going local, part of a bigger macro trend and the only one related to energy, going green, which fits very well with the framework for renewables, but also with the current framework, as you can see. And also, as I said before, even coming from the Energy Union strategy, the fact that innovation should benefit the consumers, and also all the trends, the technological trends, they are affecting the energy system in Europe and the energy markets, like going from towards decentralizations and also digitalization, the effects of digitalization on the energy system. So as I said in my paper, I wanted to somehow define these two processes, the socio-economic trends and the energy trends, as two contiguous processes. They have been in particular incorporated in the articles on energy community, on renewable energy communities of the Renewable Energy Directive. So here, as you can see, the structure of the two directives, which are relevant for the definition and of energy communities, and also for explaining the activities and the tools they can rely on. They are, we can say that the two directives mirror each other, but of course the purposes were different. And this is reflected also on the definitions that you can find in the different articles. So in broad sense, we can say that for the Renewable Energy Directive, I mean, the context we should take into account was to build and to create a framework for renewables, and so to provide the tools and incentives. And this is reflected on definitions of renewable energy communities, which includes privileges and tools they can benefit from. And while for the internal market for electricity, for the directive internal market for electricity, let's say the broad scope was to recognize new actors in the market, so new market player. And again, the definition that you find there of citizens' energy communities should be seen in that prospect, in that light. So to conclude, anchoring the concept of energy communities in the European legislation, especially for the Renewable Energy Directive, should have provided them with another tool that contributes the member states to reaching their targets in a cost-effective manner. I think maybe I can go later into the different definitions and see why they are different. In the Renewable Energy Directive, you have more precise definition of renewable energy communities, and but at the same time, the privileges are more recognized, and also the member states should assess if there are barriers that they prevent the development, and also they have to set support schemes that could enable their development and their take-up. While in the citizen energy communities, for the reasons I explained before, definitions are more vague. And so here we go to what member states can go far, can do more than that. In the transposition phase, they actually have a lot of power now to develop key concepts, and they could be seen in a more wider or restrictive way. So in general, the point was that energy communities, citizens' energy cooperatives are not new concepts. They have been existing in several member states before these legislative initiatives, with different levels, and actually at the time this, in particular the Renewable Energy Directive was revised, there were several documents documenting these experiences, and they have inspired, in particular, the framework of and the general purpose of the definition of the renewable energy communities, which are strong value-based concept. So different models, but at the same time, in some countries, these experiences were absolutely absent. So the idea of the Commission to including them in this proposal was also to provide, as I said before, an additional tool for countries they haven't any experience in that sense. In terms of concepts and activities which are already existing, also the fact that concepts like producing, generating, also storing, distributing, I mean, these general concepts were new in European legislation, but the concept that is actually new and creates also some challenges, especially from the regulatory point of view, it's certainly energy sharing, because with energy sharing, giving this possibility to a community, you can understand that the relation between consumer and suppliers is going to change. So that should be addressed. And in general, from the regulatory point of view, we are of the opinion that should be addressed in a way that the level market playing field is always ensured. So maybe if there are questions, I can go more into that later. Another point that I want to make, again, from the regulatory point of view, although the articles in the two directives, they present really some, I mean, they mention explicitly the consumers' rights shouldn't be derogated. But as I said before, because of let's say the liberty of member states to transpose into national legislation different models according to their views, I think it's also important for us to, especially as national regulatory authorities, to ensure that the participation in such sharing scheme shouldn't impact the consumers' rights and obligations, and in these new models and monitor in a way that these new models shouldn't become a vehicle to circumvent consumers' rights and the supplier obligations. And also, I think it's also important in the spirit of what was, as I mentioned at the beginning, the purpose of consumer engagement, to make sure that these are accessible to all, open to all, and truly on a voluntary basis. There is also an issue, potential issue regarding vulnerable consumers, as this type of models could be an interesting opportunity for them, but on the other hand, for instance, when they offer flexibility or consumer management services, this could create issues with a category of consumers that it's traditionally not so flexible. So that should be seen, and a good balance should be found if this could be an option also to address. As we have noticed in some countries or in some regions, those issues also through energy communities. So overall, I mean, in general, the member states are now busy, and they are at different stage of the implementations of these articles, either in a phase of assessing the barriers, eventual barriers to the development of energy communities, or setting the support schemes. But as this was mentioned particularly yesterday, we shouldn't forget that elements of the application of the models of energy communities should have been also mentioned in the national integrated energy and climate plans. So if you go and see them, they are more or less all available now. You will find that there are references also in the plans of the member states, while in some cases, I mean, in those member states, not necessarily you have already in place the enabling framework or the implementation schemes on energy communities. Maybe I'll stop here, and then I'll see if there are questions and can go more in depth.
Yes, thank you, Elena. Very comprehensive regulatory overview, very helpful. Perhaps we can share the results of the poll, and Elena, you can tell us whether you agree or not with the audience, give us your views. So again, even more than before, strong majority that agrees or strongly agrees on the fact that energy communities will be a prominent feature of the EU energy sector in the coming years. Are we too optimistic, Elena?
I'm a bit surprised because so far the general opinions of this type of polls were more, let's say, balanced. But I think a lot will depend, as I said, on the enabling frameworks that member states are going to put in place if they want to, for instance, discuss. For those who had already energy cooperatives, if they want to rediscuss what the schemes and models were in the past, and see if now they want to have a change and recognize what the Commission thinks are the environmental, social, and economic benefits that those communities can bring, especially at local level. That's really the game-changing factor. I also wanted to mention, because I found some data already in 2019. They have been counting more or less 3,400 energy communities in Europe, which could reach out to around 1 million of citizens investors. And this is also, let's say, an aspect we shouldn't forget, the fact that citizens are becoming, or they can become, they are investing in the renewable, for instance, in the renewable energy projects and installations, and they can benefit from them. So this is also a way to include them and in an active way in reaching the targets and the frameworks that we have in place on energy and also climate policies in Europe. And there is also a famous study from University of Delft saying that in 2050, 45% of renewable production will come from citizens' own projects. So this is also an interesting trend, certainly to monitor and follow closely.
Yeah, thank you. I believe if the audience is right with the answer of this poll, we should not worry about the lack of bindingness of the 2030 target. Energy communities and many other projects will certainly allow us to achieve a very ambitious share of renewables in the mix, but only time will tell. I'm wondering if there are questions from the audience.
No questions for now. Well, sorry, actually, I've just had one come in, although I wonder whether in the interest of time we should move to the next presentation. What would be easiest?
We can do that, and perhaps take more than one question at a time later for the whole panel. Yeah. So last presentation, we have Johannes Leininger. He's an advisor to the Executive Vice President for New Energy Solutions at Equinor, based in Stavanger. Also an alumnus of the College of Europe in Natolin. And prior to joining Equinor, he has worked as a trainee at DG Energy in the European Commission, and was also an intern both in Paris with the French government and in Berlin with the Bundestag. So his presentation today has a very punchy title: Beyond Subsidies, Renewables Energy, or rather Renewables Missing Money Dilemma. So we will discuss whether the current, okay, here we go, the poll. Missing money is a serious threat to the sustainability of EU energy market design. Can tell us to what extent you agree. So now Johannes will discuss that, and let's see if someone else will change their mind after the presentation.
Okay, thanks, Andrea. Hi, everyone. I hope you can see my presentation and hear me. If not, please just shout. First of all, it's a pleasure to be part of such a well-run conference. Pleasure to be involved in exchanging on energy policy, and a pleasure to be back on the college vibe. So big thanks to the organizers. Let's dive right into it. On an almost daily basis, we hear fantastic energy news. We hear that renewables were 44% of electricity consumption in the first half of 2019 in Germany. We hear yesterday that investments in renewables will surpass upstream oil and gas investments. And we hear that investments in, and we hear that the majority of EU states are likely to achieve their 2020 target of deploying 20% renewables. On the flip side, upon checking this morning, I saw that the share of wind energy in electricity demand was a mere 4.4%. So why not more? And this invites the following questions. Can we get to a 100% renewable system? Why hasn't there been more investment in renewables yet? What is needed to drive investment in the future? And are markets the right tool for spurring investments? So what I do in my paper is looking at the interactions between policy goals and the economics of electricity markets. I have four messages I would like to share with you today. By their very nature, renewables challenge the fabric of electricity markets. These markets struggle to deliver a suitable investment signal to both renewables and other forms of generation. This market disruption endangers the own revenue base of renewables. And solutions are available, but they are not perfect, and they require a fundamental change of market rules. The topic of this conference is a treaty, so I went back and looked at, okay, what can I find there? So you have three cornerstones of EU energy policy: security of supply, functioning markets, and decarbonization. In fact, it's four. It's interconnectors, but for simplicity, I left them out. So we end up with a triangle representing a trilemma. These three dimensions mean specific things in the electricity context. Security of supply, the overall perception is that renewables reduce dependency on external supplies, and they do. But at the same time, they endanger security of supply for two reasons. The first one is the electricity system must be physically balanced at all times, at every second. And secondly, generation capacity must cover peak demand. So the second one is markets, and their function is to provide a clear investment signal and competition between generators to ensure lower prices for consumers. Finally, renewables subsidies ensure that the system is gradually decarbonized. That is the theory. We see already here that the goals can be conflicting. Renewable subsidies happen outside of the market there and are already an intervention in the market, and does as such not comply with any principle of free functioning markets. So how has this policy framework fared in practice? As we concluded, the EU has very much been a laboratory for renewables deployment, and it has worked for decarbonization. Renewables have grown massively in Europe at the expense of conventional generation. Just remind that the UK has been coal-free for 76 days in a row, just the last 2 months. This was driven by subsidies and extremely favorable financing conditions for renewable developers. Renewables have become cost competitive, and that has led governments to reduce subsidies and expose them to more competition. On the downside, it also means a decade of throwing money at renewables at the expense of any market conditions applying there. So on top of that, renewables pose a triad of challenges, you will see on the right. First one is intermittency. Renewables do not produce all the time, and in a system that needs to be balanced in every second, that is an issue. Number two, they produce at zero marginal cost. That means that their cost structure consists in high upfront capital costs, but after that, almost no cost during the operations. You do not need to pay your fuel if you operate a renewables wind farm. So given that the market price is formed by the price or the fuel cost, that's what we call the short-run margin cost, for the market, renewables cost nothing. And thirdly, they are decentralized, meaning that their production is less controllable and predictable. So the impacts on markets cannot be overstated. The first one is missing money. How does it work? In a market, renewables set the price, and as their fuel is free, they generate, as you can remember, at zero marginal cost. That effect is negligible when there's a low amount of renewables in the system, as you see in graph A. If we go to graph B, however, renewables are deployed massively, meaning that they push out conventional power plants, which are setting the price in less hours of the day. So in effect, large volumes of renewables lead to lower average wholesale prices in the market. And that leads to lower returns for both renewables and conventional generation capacity. That in turn causes poor economic performance of plants, low profitability, and a missing investment signal for new plants, including renewables. For renewables specifically, there's a second effect called cannibalization. If renewables generate all at the same time, the price in these hours where they generate will be lower. We call this lower realized prices or cannibalization. In my research, I assume that renewables deployment is negatively correlated with realized prices. That is a potentially non-linear relationship, meaning that each marginal increase of renewables volumes accelerates the drop in revenues, as you can see in graph C. I presume in my research that electricity markets will follow that trend, that investment will decline, and that this will jeopardize the EU's decarbonization goals in the electricity market. We can draw a few conclusions from that. First of all, the market signal is broken. What is the consequence? Renewables are incentivized outside of the market by subsidies and targets. That means high costs for taxpayers in the form of electricity surcharges, and therefore counteracting the goal of lower consumer prices. But also, governments would need to incentivize flexible generation, which can be provided by gas peakers or coal, to ensure that sufficient capacity is in the market to back up when the sun doesn't shine. So it would hurt our decarbonization dimension as well, and that is empirically proven. We are seeing this development in Germany, where despite high renewables generation, CO2 emissions themselves in the electricity sector have not gone down proportionally. Also, what does an absent investment signal mean? This would mean going back to square one. Governments plan their electricity system in a centralized manner and try to monopolize production via auctioning fixed renewable volumes. So that would undo everything the EU electricity market liberalization did in the last 3 decades, and it's unsustainable. So what can we do about it? The first is to understand a paradigm shift. What the market is after is not the commodity electricity itself, the electron, because it's basically free now on the market. The real value is flexibility. Flexibility is gold where intermittent renewables dominate. So you end up paying a service and not the commodity itself. And thereby you derogate to the rule that the main market is guided by the physical product underpinning it. Isn't that all fascinating? I think it's fascinating. So governments need to consider 2 things. Renewables still need to cover their high upfront capital cost. And second, we need to make sure that when the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow, we still need that service. So I distilled 4 potential models. The first 2 are built on the current market design. Well, the first one, the fully liberalized market model, would change in that it would remove price caps. Price caps are the fact that when renewables production is low and demand is high, price would then skyrocket and would incentivize to reduce their own consumption. It is quite unlikely that policymakers would support these measures, as the negotiations and the market design directive have shown. And it would expose renewables to quite a lot of uncertainty on prices, and therefore incentivize investment. The second one is the capacity auction model, where we would try to shift the cost of flexibility to renewables. They are responsible for the intermittency, and they would be responsible to balancing this intermittency. Thereby, they would internalize the cost they cause to the system, which is now borne by taxpayers. The downside is that this is likely to obliterate the business case for renewables. And we would still be in a situation where we would have to remunerate renewables via subsidies. Then we have 2 market design options, which are more disruptive. The first one is the binary market. It separates the electricity market into 2, a renewable market and a capacity market. renewables would still be remunerated on the basis of their capital cost, and more crucially, they would compete against each other and not against conventional generation. In a separate second market, flexible generation would compete for the hours where renewables do not produce. The beauty here is that we have we avoid the risk of resource inadequacy. The downside is that renewables would likely have to be defined by fixed targets from policymakers, defining the size of the market. The last solution is demand empowerment, and that's where we see a strong link to the previous presentation. Instead of renewables getting their revenue from the spot market, they could try to contract directly with citizens, with companies. And we already see that technologies and contracts are evolving into that direction. Just take the example of corporate power purchase agreements, where industries contract bilaterally directly with the renewable generators. And another pathway is that consumers adjust their consumption pattern to the intermittency of renewables by adapting their demand, so-called demand-side response, and they could get remunerated for this this flexibility. So there we would get an immediate and direct price signal from consumers and an interaction between demand and supply that is lacking today. There is no perfect solution to this. There needs to be an arbitrage between policy priorities and finding a middle way, and this will mean some painful decisions. What my research concentrates on is to find an economic and political optimum between those different options you see here. This should provide a proxy for what needs to be done to make the three different energy policy goals, security of supply, functioning markets, decarbonization, work in conjunction and practice. Thanks a lot for listening, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Johannes. I agree with you. Very fascinating. And we can perhaps start by sharing the results of the poll. It's very clear from your presentation what your views are. And I have to say, a bit more mixed than the previous one. Quite a lot of I don't know, who I think will have made up their mind after your presentation. Johannes, do you think there's perhaps lack of sufficient awareness amongst the public and policymakers in particular on this topic, and is that an issue in your view?
Yeah, I think it's linked to the fact that this is very much a bit looking into a crystal ball, because you have to see that renewable investments always have a lead time of at least 7, 8, sometimes 10 years, right? So you try to look into the future. How is the market going to look like? And for now, what your market is that the state guarantees you a certain revenue. So as a developer, things are very easy. You just try to see when is your break-even point and when will you get your money back. But once that is removed, and we see a clear tendency from states to reduce or even remove subsidies, then suddenly you have this enormous uncertainty. And it's not only for you in your modeling that will influence your business choice. It's also the banks that provide very cheap loans to renewables that will say, okay, where's your guaranteed revenue? How do I know whether you will make your money back? So I think the kind of lack of awareness certainly linked to the fact that this is something that's probably coming up, where we see the first tendencies now and not yet a fact in the market.
Mm-hmm. Great. Unfortunately, yes, we have to wrap up very soon. So I suggest we have a look at the results of the first poll with a general question on which I'd like the panelists to comment once we see what the opinions of the audience. So significant majority that thinks the current market design is not fit for purpose. And interestingly, the area where change is most needed is carbon pricing, followed by wholesale market design. Carbon pricing was not at the center of any of the presentation, but it was certainly at the background, something we all need to consider working in the sector. Do the panelists agree it's the area where change is most needed, or perhaps we're hoping carbon pricing will achieve too much? We have to look at a wider set of solutions.
I can start. Yeah. I think carbon pricing is extremely important, but it won't solve everything. And I'm saying that for several reasons. The first one is that if you look at kind of when investors change from investing into coal to gas and then to renewables. So coal to gas, which is around between 50 and 70 euros per ton of CO2, right? And then from gas to renewables, it's even more. And so first of all, we need to achieve that carbon price somewhere. And second, it doesn't solve the issues in the market design, because you will still be in a situation, which I tried to expose, that renewables depress the prices, and that you need a clear investment signal to investors. So on top of having a carbon price, you need to look at inherently what are the economics of renewables and how can we incentivize investment in renewables as such.
Anyone else?
I can, I completely agree with Johannes. So I don't really have that much to add, to be honest.
Okay, so Elena, you had something to say?
Yeah, maybe a good word, although obviously can certainly improve, and I agree also with the consideration of the previous speaker on the energy market design, because as we are in a crisis, which is also will be an economic crisis, everyone will assess according to his views. We should say also that somehow the EU energy market responded in a positive way to this unprecedented situation. Then we can also, of course, discuss what type of shock that is, or I know there are different views. And related to that, on the carbon pricing, we should certainly avoid to go back to what happened in 2008, and certainly with EU at ETS allowances, and make sure that this will not happen again, especially because we have this target in 2050. We are moving towards that target with a long-term perspective. We should really make sure that what happened in 2008 will not happen again. That's my final comment.
Okay, can we take one round of questions from the audience? And then unfortunately we will have to close the session.
Yeah, of course. If anyone has any questions, feel free to send them to me. We have one for Elena, which is why the emphasis on communities and collective prosumer organizations and not the role of individual prosumers. So just coming back to the topic of your presentation. And then the second one for Johannes is regarding the models you presented at the end of your presentation. Which is the model that you think the EU is going towards? Thank you.
Okay, so very quickly. First of all, especially in the Renewable Energy Directive, in the revised directive, there is also a definition, and there is attention to individual self-consumption. As I explained, I mean, the idea behind is to, first of all, create tools and incentives for promoting, the take-up of renewables, especially at local level. And because the settings that we have in Europe, this should be done with collective agreements. And so that's why the emphasis and especially behind the concept, at least in the Commission's view, of creating energy communities, is that they bring, as I said before, environmental, socio-economic benefits at the local level and to the community they're part of. So this is the strong principles behind, but certainly also individual self-consumption is covered.
Yeah, I can reply to the other questions. Yeah. So I think it will be the capacity auction model. And I'm saying that because we already see signs of that. For example, the UK pays money for renewables to come into the market via the renewable subsidies. And it also pays money for conventional generators to provide backup capacity, what we call capacity mechanisms. So in effect, you have already two separate markets, and you have a strong focus on capacity. So what it means is that effectively the price formation happens outside of the market, and it's determined by what the government considers or the regulator considers as appropriate for having in the system, right? So, and this comes at a quite high cost, and it's also something that would perpetuate the situation we are in now, is that you have still quite a share of conventional generation in the system that is not necessarily decarbonized, and that you really need to achieve resource adequacy. So even there, carbon pricing won't help too much. So the only way out I see here, if we continue in that model, is that we have huge improvements in battery technology that could effectively shift the intermittent generation of renewables throughout the day, or producing other decarbonized fuels like hydrogen. But this is, for me, really a bet on technology and trying to continue the current setup.
Thank you, Johannes. And unfortunately, we need to wrap up. We are overrun already. It was a very, very interesting discussion, which I believe shows the extent of work we need to do in energy policy, and the numerous areas that are all interlinked and need to be considered in order to achieve the very ambitious objectives. So certainly quite a work for us in the next few years as practitioners or researchers. And with this, I will close the panel, and please join me in a round of applause for the panelists and the interesting presentations. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to echo that. Thanks to everyone, and obviously to Andrea Ponzani for moderating this session, which was really fascinating. I hope that some of you will be able to join us this afternoon. I will just share the agenda so you can see what's coming up. We pick up again at 2:30 Warsaw time with a session on mainstreaming climate neutrality, and then we'll also be talking about the just transition after that. And we have the Under Secretary of State for the Polish Ministry of Climate also talking for our closing session. So it's a bit of a shift towards the climate policy, but I hope that you'll all be able to join us for that. And thank you very much to everyone for attending.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Welcome to our fourth panel discussion. The title of this panel is Mainstreaming Climate Neutrality. And I'd like to welcome all of those joining, not only on Zoom, but also on our live stream. So firstly, to introduce myself, my name is Emer Gerard, and I'm a student at the College of Europe in Natolin this year. And I'm also part of the organizing team for this conference. So my role today will just be to collect any questions that you might have as the audience. So you have two options. You can use the raise hand function if you would like to ask the question directly yourself, or else you can simply send the question to me, including your name and your profession or your organization, and then I will read out the question for you. So whichever you would prefer. So firstly, I'd like to introduce our moderator today. So our moderator is Ana Herranz Serrayes. Ana is an associate professor at Maastricht University, and she also teaches at the College of Europe in Natolin, where she gives a course on EU energy governance in the EU's neighbourhood. She is a member of the International Advisory Board of the International Spectator and associate editor of Frontiers in Political Science. Her research concentrates on EU external energy policy and global energy governance, with a focus on the relationship between energy, security, and democracy. Ana has held visiting fellowships in a wide range of institutions, including at the Oxford Institute for Energy Studies, the Peace Research Institute in Frankfurt, and the German Institute for International and Security Affairs. As head of the conference scientific committee, Ana has generously given her time and guidance over the past few months. And on behalf of the organizing team, I would like to warmly thank you, Ana. So without further ado, I'd like to hand it back to you, Ana.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Emer. And my thanks to you and to the Natolin Climate and Energy Society, because you did all the hard work, and this was a great initiative and also excellent organization. So thanks again for that. But it is a pleasure to introduce this panel on mainstreaming climate neutrality, which nicely follows from our previous panel on the governance of energy renewables, also including these aspects of the missing investment and financial aspects of it. The papers of this panel depart from the quite somber reality that the current ambition, the current targets in emission reduction are really insufficient to keep global temperatures from rising below the threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius. So you know well that according to the IPCC, in the current scenario, we are heading more towards 3 degrees Celsius, which according to scientists will place us in this situation where a little bit of a point of no return for the ecosystems and humanity. So I think that what unites the two papers is this agreement that that we need larger efforts in reducing emissions, carbon emissions. And the two papers discuss ways of doing that. We have one paper on climate litigation by Sofia Robuska, and we have another paper on climate policy integration in the area of monetary and financial policy by Dr. Agnieszka Smolenska and Dr. Paweł Tokarski. Since we are privileged enough to have 1 hour for the two papers, I propose to take each paper at a time. We'll see how it goes, but also at the end, I think we will have time for any questions to the two papers. So I would like to first introduce the first paper and presenter. As said, the first paper deals with the rising phenomenon of climate litigation. And as a resident in the Netherlands, as you can imagine, I'm really interested in the fallout of the Urgenda versus Netherlands case, which has already given to a flurry of litigation cases around the world. And this is extremely interesting also in the context of our previous panel, because we were discussing so far the extent to which EU member states are bound by EU law, are bound by the EU targets. But in this case, we shift a little bit the focus, and it's to what extent states and governments are bound by human rights and scientific consensus. So that also gives a new light to our discussion of what is the meaning of energy sovereignty or national sovereignty in the context of this rising importance of the third generation human rights, such as intergenerational justice and sustainability. So Sofia will guide us through this discussion, and she will discuss whether that is the silver bullet to this problem or not. And Sofia is a climate and law expert, currently working on her doctoral research in law at the University of Warsaw. She also teaches there administrative law. But moreover, next to this academic side, Sofia has extensive practical experience in the field of EU climate and energy policy, as she was member of the negotiating team of the Polish presidency of the UNFCCC COP24. And she has also provided advice to numerous institutions, including the European Parliament. So a pleasure to have you. Thanks a lot, and the floor is yours.
Anna, thank you for this kind introduction. Let me check if the PowerPoint presentation is working well. Everything is clearly visible?
No, we can't see it, Sophia.
That's not good. Okay. Wait, let's do it differently. I will here now. Okay.
I can share it from my screen either if it doesn't work for you.
Oh, well.
Yeah, it's easy. It's better if.
Wait. Perhaps I will make it. Well, so good that we can use the 1 hour, but I promise I will be quicker. No, I'm afraid that, Imer, that you need to do it. I'm very sorry to bother you. Okay, so I will signal you when we should change the slides, okay?
So can you see the slides, Sophia?
Yes, perfect. So let's go into full screen. Okay, and we can start. So once again, thank you both Anna and Imer for your work on this conference and also for this kind introduction. And today I'd like to focus on the issue of climate litigation. But before that, I'd like to mention that the opinions presented by me during this conference are of my own, and that they do not up courtrooms, as Anna mentioned, both in national and EU courts, become battlegrounds of fight against insufficient climate action. But is climate litigation really fit for this purpose? And please, next slide. And the issue is truly important. Next one. What exactly makes climate litigation in the EU so special? First, climate change, although unnoticeable, is not an abstract phenomenon. It has also real implications on the condition of environment, and thus affects the world which will be inherited by next generations. That's what makes the subject of such a big societal interest, especially in the EU, as exemplified by the movement Fridays for Future. Secondly, the legal landscape of climate protection adopted by the EU is definitely the most ambitious in the world. But in order to be effective, legal solutions need to be created first and foremost on the global level, what naturally lead us to the UN system, with all related pros and cons. And speaking about the latter, uncountable interlinks of globalized world often lead to watering down of global climate agreements. And finally, What's the fair share of efforts needed by each country to sufficiently limit global warming? The question is even more vital if one takes into account that the EU climate targets touch the very foundations of economy, and that in this journey, member states' starting points differ so much. Next slide, please. I've chosen 3 cases which, in my opinion, provide good examples of complexities linked to climate litigation in the EU. Next one. In 2013, the Urgenda Foundation, Dutch NGO acting on behalf of present and future generations, filed a lawsuit against the government. Urgenda claimed that Netherlands' climate ambition, defined by the EU legislation, is insufficient and leads to violation of the European Convention on Human Rights. Urgenda requested the government to increase Dutch emission reduction targets to levels set in report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. In December last year, the Supreme Court agreed that climate change causes risks sufficiently real and immediate to be treated as a human rights issue and fall in the scope of the convention. Court acknowledged Urgenda's standing and underlined that lack of adequate climate policy may lead to thousands of victims in Europe only. The Supreme Court held that the government has to reduce Dutch emissions by at least 25% by the end of 2020, as claimed by the Urgenda. It was the first judgment ever where court ruled that even a minor contributor has a legal responsibility to prevent climate change. Next slide, please. In October 2018, Client Earth, a non-profit environmental law organization and a shareholder of the Polish utility company Enea, sued this company, seeking the annulment of a resolution approving construction of new coal-fired power plant called Ostrołęka C. Client Earth claims that the resolution breaches board members' fiduciary duties of due diligence and acting in the best interest of the company, given climate-related financial risks. Those risks included rising carbon prices, increased competition from cheaper renewable energy sources, as well as the impact of the EU energy reforms on state subsidies for coal. In August last year, the regional court in Poznań found the company resolution to be legally invalid, as requested by the Client Earth. According to latest press releases, Ostrołęka C, instead of coal, will be fired on gas. In spring 2018, next slide, please. In spring 2018, 10 families from all over the world, including children, brought an action in the EU General Court seeking to compel the EU to set more stringent emission reduction targets. Plaintiffs alleged that the EU existing target of 40% emission reduction by 2030 is insufficient to avoid dangerous climate change and threatens their fundamental rights of life, health, occupation, and property. In May last year, the case was dismissed by the EU General Court on procedural grounds, namely that plaintiffs didn't have legal standing because they were not sufficiently and directly affected by the contested climate legislation. At the moment, appeal is being examined by the EU Court of Justice. Next slide, please. Those cases, although different, allow us to see some of the most prominent challenges related to climate litigation. Next slide. If we take a closer look, we can see following issues. First, the EU can legally enforce climate targets adopted at its own level, but those adopted globally often remain intangible. At the same time, only global efforts can prevent further damages being made. Secondly, the role of science, especially when it comes to appropriate emission reduction levels. Even the IPCC, the highest scientific body in the universe of global climate efforts, claims that it is simply impossible to reach scientific consensus on such a complex issue. Thirdly, if climate change happens worldwide, how can we link harm caused with only one contributor, being it a single company or a single country? Next issue is the fact that emission reductions have significant impact not only on environment, but also on the industry performance and thus condition of the economy. Do courts have necessary technical knowledge to decide what is feasible and just in this regard? Fifth, combating climate change might result not only in emission reduction. and a hectic maneuver might lead to deepening social inequalities, especially in the poorer regions. That's why just transition mechanism is so important. Another important issue is the fact that climate change is closely related to emission from energy production. If the choice of energy mix is an issue fundamental to sovereignty of any country, it is obvious that any coercion might face fierce criticism. And the most important issue, as it endangers the credibility of global efforts. In the realm of so many and so profound conflicting interests, any hasty judgment might undermine social trust to steps which have been already undertaken. Next slide. So can climate litigation be the answer to the EU ambitions and become an effective tool of strengthening global climate action? First and foremost, what climate action needs is becoming truly global. Reduction efforts undertaken by a narrow group of countries, even the most ambitious ones, are unable to stop this global problem. Secondly, while some judgments might increase countries' climate reductions, as has been proven by the landmark Urgenda case, differences in legal systems may provide serious obstacles to transfer of legal reasoning. It is still to be seen if the reasoning from the Urgenda, which was based on human rights issues, will anyhow influence future climate disputes within the EU. The appeal in the Carvalho case might be the first test ground of potential development in the EU case law regarding issue of direct concern by climate change. Cases like Urgenda definitely make issue of climate protection more vocal. But although important, visibility is not the only thing needed when it comes to effective climate action. Definitely more important is proper political response, because without social acceptance and readiness to transform, citizens and industry will not be able to accept any changes in current way of living, for example, changes in energy prices. Good response to such a complex problem requires in-depth considerations, which currently courts are unlikely to conduct. And I'm not trying to say here that from judiciary perspective, climate protection is irrelevant. Quite the opposite, because it is so important and has such a profound consequences to quality of our lives, we cannot look at it merely through quantitative lens of emission reduction targets. Next slide. Thank you for your attention. A more detailed analysis of the cases will be provided in my paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zofia, for this wonderful presentation and excellently timed at 10 minutes. So yeah, these three cases are fascinating also because they are only the tip of the iceberg, since, as you mentioned, yeah, there are actually about thousands of cases taking place as we speak. So this is really an area to further examine, and also in the context of discussions of loss and damage at the UN and FCC level. So I think that this is somehow related to yeah, the issue of to what extent it is possible to claim responsibility and to request compensation in a way. Yeah, I don't know if Emre, there are already questions from the audience. Maybe yeah, maybe I can already react with one question, and then yeah, also at the end, because maybe yeah, questions will emerge as we speak. Let me just ask you something, because well, I'm a political scientist, so probably there are things that I do not understand that well. But my question to you is, what would it take for the Urgenda case to become more of a precedent? Because now, yeah, I see that in your analysis, you say, well, this is a particular decision from a particular Supreme Court. There is no certainty that this will spiral or spill over any further. But would it be the case that if in another country, if the Supreme Court doesn't share the same judgment as the Dutch one, if it would go to the European Court of Human Rights directly, is that the way to really set precedent? Because if that would be recognized by the European Court of Human Rights, would that be the way? And how do you see that becoming a reality?
Okay, so the legal reasoning on human rights, which was developed by the Dutch Supreme Court, well, to me, doesn't raise any doubts. The thing is that what was particular to this case is the fact that according to Dutch civil procedure, the issues which are undisputed among the parties, which in this case was the fact of necessity of urgent climate action, they cannot be analyzed by court. So I think that the fact that we can perceive climate change as a human rights issue based on the reasoning provided in the agenda, to me, would work well. The problem is, and that what might raise very serious concerns in other countries, is the fact that the Dutch court decided on exact emission reduction targets, and that it used the IPCC report which has 700 pages, and in this report found one table saying that well, developed countries should reduce this and this, and more or less we will work well. The problem is that first, the report used by the agenda was from the 2007, if I remember correctly, and now the IPCC reports develop further. Another important issue is that in the IPCC report itself, it's contained that those values are not set in stone, and of course, whatever IPCC produce cannot amount to legal standard. It's just a scientific development, and that's the whole problem. So I think that while we can expect that that human rights will further influence climate litigation, I'm not sure whether it will be possible to influence the exact amount of reduction targets. That's the whole problem.
Okay, yeah, thanks for this further elaboration and clarification. Is there something? Okay, then maybe we will come back to that at the end. I still have a few other points that we can maybe leave for later. But let me then change to a second subject, which is this need for climate policy integration. Because I think that this is part of, or the core of, the European Green Deal idea that in order to achieve ambitious climate mitigation targets, climate policy needs to be integrated in all sectors. So in a way to achieve this goal of decoupling economic growth from resource use. And one of the key areas with that is finances and monetary policy. And in a way, there have been already some progresses with the greening of the European Investment Bank, or the EBRD, in the sense of a commitment to not invest in fossil fuel industries. But another whole discussion is the role that the European Central Bank could play in that. So this is the topic that Agnieszka and Paweł will be addressing. So let me introduce them. Dr. Agnieszka Smolenska is a senior EU affairs analyst at Politica Insight, which is a well-known center for policy analysis in Warsaw, related to also the very popular magazine Politica. She's also alumna of the College of Europe and holds a PhD in law from the European University Institute. But Agnieszka has also extensive practical experience working at the European Parliament, the European Commission, and has also collaborated with other institutions such as the World Bank or Transparency International. And Dr. Paweł Tokarski is senior associate in two major think tanks, one, the German Institute for Foreign and Security Affairs, the SVP, and also at, I think that it's still, or maybe it was previous, at the Polish Institute of International Affairs, the PISM. And this is a truly interdisciplinary team because Pavel holds a PhD in economics. So yeah, a perfect team to lead us through this very technical question of how to green the ECB.
Thank you very much for this very kind introduction. I will start on behalf of the interdisciplinary team and then give the word to Pavel. Maybe just as a word of introduction, it's we are, I think I can speak for us both, very happy to take part in this conference. As you mentioned, I'm also an alumni of the college. We actually met with Pavel 10 years ago in the college and then started at some point collaborating on areas of mutual interest. And congratulations a lot to the student team that despite the heavy workload of this particular time and the adverse COVID, let's say, impact, managed to pull through an excellent conference. So many congratulations for this. Okay, I will now attempt to share the screen. Let's see. Please let me know if it works.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, excellent. Okay, so let me start with the question that we are trying to ask in our paper, just to make sure we are all on the same page. So what we want to explore with Dr. Tokarski is how can we green the ECB? So if we assume, and this is an assumption that we make, which I will explain a little bit more in detail as well, if we assume that the ECB has a mandate to pursue green objectives or climate change mitigation, especially given the renewed commitment to climate neutrality at EU level, under what conditions can the ECB pursue such an objective, and what would be the specific areas or considerations that would need to be taken into account for the ECB's pursuit of such objectives to fulfill its mandate? So why is it important and how does it fit within the overall theme of the conference? First, climate is increasingly the flip side of our energy, and climate are irrevocably linked, not least because, as was already pointed out, increasingly regulation of financial sector or choices of financial institutions affect the funding conditions for energy companies. So there's this intertwined nature of the two fields, especially in the EU law. Secondly, why do we look at the ECB in particular? Well, as we will argue as well, this is because ECB impacts on the funding conditions across the EU market as a whole. So any decision that the ECB takes or would take in particular in the area of greening of its monetary policy through the use of specific policy instruments at its disposal will affect the funding conditions across the EU. And thirdly, and this links specifically to the theme of the conference, just as much as energy, also environment received a particular boost under the Lisbon Treaty. So to give you a little bit overview of our research project, because this is essentially a research project which we undertook. So I already explained why greening is important. This is, we focus on the ECB, but this is a conversation that is increasingly taking place between the central bankers. So as prominent figures as Mark Carney, the former governor of the Bank of England, or Christine Lagarde, the new governor of the ECB, have mentioned increasingly the financial stability risks of climate change, which therefore affect monetary policy. Now, I won't go into too much detail on this, but anyone who follows the EU, let's say, constitutional developments realizes that the ECB's mandate is a very hotly debated issue. So not least because of the Bundesverfassung judgment, which was delivered a few weeks ago. What we take from this extensive jurisprudence is the principle of proportionality, which we then apply vis-a-vis specific policy instruments which the ECB might use to pursue a greening objective. That is, we look at their appropriateness, necessity, and strictly construed proportionality, as the Court of Justice has done over the course of the crisis in looking at the limits or outer limits of the ECB's mandate. We are able to apply this framework to the ECB specific policy instruments because we assume that the ECB has competence in this area. And before turning over to Paweł, I will just briefly walk you through these three elements. So firstly, it is quite or increasingly accepted now that climate change will impact on the money supply. So it will affect prices, and therefore it might as well affect the ECB's primary mandate of maintaining price stability across the EU. Secondly, the ECB climate change will affect financial stability. So this concerns specifically the balance sheets of banks. As regulatory conditions change and as climate change risks begin to materialize on the bank's balance sheets, financial instability might ensue, and therefore this is an area of interest to the central bank. And thirdly, more indirectly, the ECB has a secondary mandate in addition to its primary mandate of pursuing price stability to support the general economic policies of the Union. And in that area, climate change mitigation and climate neutrality in the EU-specific context is getting more and more prominent. This is not only horizontal measures that I have in mind here, such as the new climate law, which might be or should be passed this year, but as well financial regulation-specific measures, such as increased disclosure of financial investments and their sustainability, new regulation of green bonds, or the taxonomy, which has been approved this year, which creates a common language for financial regulation and climate law. So therefore, assuming that we can read climate change mitigation into the ECB's quite narrow mandate, but mandate which nonetheless has evolved quite a bit over the last 10 years, we can look at specific instruments at ECB's disposal to see how and in what way the use of such instruments would be proportionate to the aim of greening. And now I pass on the word to Paweł.
Thanks a lot. Thank you very much, Agnieszka. Anna, thank you for your introduction. First of all, I would like to say hello to the Natolin community who organized this excellent event. Congratulations. It's really good that you are organizing this type of discussions. I would like to also thank to the Vice Rector who supported this conference, and also to my colleague Basia Bobrowicz, an excellent economist who is also behind this discussion. So I would like to shortly say something from my economic perspective about the climate change. First, I would like to say shortly how the climate change is important for the economic activity. And secondly, what kind of instruments the European Central Bank has to potentially support green objectives, and why it is not so easy to do it. So first of all, concerning the influence of climate change on economic activity, normally, there are two types of risks which are distinguished concerning the climate change and the economic activity. The first one is the physical risk. So it means how the extreme weather events are influencing the economic activity through, for example, floods or storms. these extreme weather events can directly negatively influence the value of assets. For example, if you have a house or a hotel in a dangerous area, it's probable that it will lose its value with time. And secondly, we have also transition risks. So it concerns the fact that some companies or entire sectors of economy will have to adapt to new conditions, will have to change the technology or business models. And this will, of course, have negative influence on its valuation and cost of doing business. Some of the economists are also distinguish the third type of risk, which is the liability risk, very similar to what Zofia was saying. So this is actually a problem that some of the big polluters can be in the future sued for polluting the environment and causing the damage. And this can also have a negative influence on the capitalization. And so all of these risks can negatively affect the stability of the financial system as a whole. And this is also the task of the central banks, not only to maintain the price stability, but also to do everything possible to make sure that the financial sector is stable, safe, and can support business activity, because only under these conditions the proper transmission of monetary policy can happen. So the monetary instruments can have a good influence on the real economy. Secondly, about the instruments of the central banks. So central banks are normally very big players, and their importance for the economy even is increasing during the crisis. As an example, since March this year, since the beginning of the pandemic crisis, the three largest central banks flooded the world financial system with more than $5 trillion. But on the other hand, central banks were not designed to support the green goals. Central banks were designed to support price stability, and not all of the instruments are well suited to support green goals like reserve requirements. Some of the instruments like policy rates can, as Agnieszka said, can support business activity only in indirect way, but also central banks can have a big impact on economic activity, for example, through its collateral policy or asset purchases. And at the beginning of the pandemic crisis, the European Central Bank also announced a huge program of asset purchases, which will exceed 1.4 trillion of euros. And in the framework of this program, the ECB is buying bonds, but unfortunately, the so-called green bonds, which can serve to finance the green objectives, it's only a small fraction of these purchases. This is due to the fact that the European Central Bank has to keep to so-called principle of market neutrality, so it cannot favor or discriminate any issuer of bonds. And also the other problem is that the issuance of so-called green bonds is not really high. During the last corporate sector purchase program, it was only 6% of the purchases. And there's also one way how the central banks can support the green goals. This is the verbal communication. So the president of the European Central Bank, and the board members give interviews, they have press conferences, and those press conferences are followed more closely than, for example, the press conference of the European Council. because the European Central Bank is the most important institution assuring the stability of the monetary union. And also the president of the central bank can put a lot of new issues on the agenda. As Agnieszka mentioned, the speech of Mark Carney from 2015, who actually introduced the issue of risk of climate change for the financial sector. And the current president of the European Central Bank, Christine Lagarde, also is putting quite high on the agenda the issue of greening of the monetary policy. We'll see how it will follow. We have now a pandemic crisis, which is completely dominating the debates. But in the next couple of months, we'll also have a complete review of the ECB monetary policy. So probably the issue of climate change its importance will increase in the future. So this is all I wanted to say for now. I'm happy to answer reactions, questions.
Thank you very much, Agnieszka and Pavel. I found the paper really informative and rich. Very interesting also in the context of this discussion of 10 years after Lisbon, and the fact that the mandates of EU institutions are all are continuously under discussion and a little bit uncertain. So also very nice contribution from that point. I don't know if there are questions at this moment. Emir?
We have one request to ask a question from Borja Saez.
Okay, then let's give the floor to Borja. Yeah, maybe meanwhile Borja prepares for that. Maybe I'll add one one question on my side, but again, more on my my ignorance on the topic, since I deal mostly with EU external energy relations. But one of the issues that I was also thinking about of what the ECB could do and that you do not tackle in your paper, and then I wonder why you did not mention, and is whether another tool that the ECB could use is to exert certain, or to try to include that in the conditionality of bailout processes. I know that it's not the direct responsibility of the ECB, but at the same time, the ECB is part of the so-called Troika. So in a way, it could also be part of the requirements of fiscal adjustments on the concerned member states. We in the 2009-10 crisis. I don't know what is your assessment, but in cases, for example, of Spain or so, the measures that were required were not really factoring in climate change that much. So I don't know if you see a role for the ECB on that regard as well.
I tackled the legal part of this question because, of course, Troika is such a contested institution that at least it would be nice to see it as a force for good in one area, such as climate change. But of course, Troika, in the way we had known this over the course of the financial crisis, is unlikely to come back in any way. So any programs that might be undertaken in the future, or if we think about the new ESM liquidity lines that that might be used by certain member states, that conditionality will not so much involve the ECB. However, also we should emphasize that the ECB's role in any of the program programs was advisory. So they are more there as the monetary policy authority on the strict, let's say, financial stability side, and less so on the concrete conditions attached to the programs. So I think even given the amount of contestation that we have seen around the ECB's involvement in the Troika in the first place, for them to request specific conditionalities with regards to climate change might raise some eyebrows. I would answer like this.
Yeah, Pavel wants to also jump in.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a very interesting question. But first of all, the participation of the ECB in so-called former Troika, currently is called institutions. It's a controversial issue because it may actually lead to a conflict of interest, and there is a huge literature on that. Secondly, by this crisis, we know that conditionality will not be easy to impose on some member states, and especially on the big member states, because of the political reasons of the national politics, and including green goals in conditionality. I think that it would actually do more damage than profit, because then it would create negative perception of the population, which is actually we have to take cost of the adjustment of a certain country. And another thing is that time perspective of bailouts, at least at the beginning, and time horizon of the monetary policy is very short. It's usually 2 or 3 years. So this stays also in contrast with climate change goals, which can be calculated rather in decades than in years. And finally, I think that to achieve a success by introduction of green objectives in the economy, I think that we need one very important thing, is a national ownership. If there is no national ownership of the political class, if the society is not aware of the risks, that we have to change how our economic systems are functioning, how our consumer behaviors are, then any kind of external force cannot impose this direction of economic policy.
Yeah, thank you very much for the clear and comprehensive answer. Maybe now Borja is prepared to pose the question.
Yes, hi, sorry for before. The question actually goes directly to Pavel, but the rest can also answer. It's because, Pavel, you touched one really key point, that is, right now in the European Union, we have built this free competition, right? So a state cannot directly incentivize or boost the research and development of a company, right? So we cannot develop, let's say, if a company in the European Union wants to develop a new product, let's say in solar panels, they have to do it privately. And if they want to get some certain grants from different governments or even the European grants, they need to pass a public concours. And it seems fair, and it was fair, but we see that nowadays in the world, that, for example, in China with the 5-year plans, you know, they are able to boost and put billions of euros to directly one company. So then Yingli Solar in a year, they become the best ones. Huawei in a year, they become the best ones. And it's really easy for them to suddenly change completely the economy and boost the renewable sector. Whereas in Europe, certain companies are not able to do that because we are kind of losing the grants and the money, for example, from the Green Deal. we are losing them, let's say, around the economy, and we are not able to put them specifically in one company to be able to boost a specific sector. Would you say that that's one of the challenges that we are having in the European Union? And if it's like this, how can we solve it? Thank you.
Agnieszka or Pavel, maybe you want to react to that. It goes beyond probably what the ECB can do, but at the same time, it's within the remit of your expertise.
Perhaps Agnieszka, you can start.
I mean, the only real comment that I would make is if you look at the current program or the new budget that was announced by the European Commission, and if you ask where the 500 billion euro of grants and 250 billion of euro in loans is meant to go under the European Commission's idea, that is precisely the boosting of investment into greening. So that is one of the conditionalities that is attached. So I think there is even though you have you have more of a commitment to free market, and there is of course the role of financial sector in distributing this money. What you see increasingly in Europe as well is trying to shift and direct the investment into green technologies, also by crowding in of investment in those areas. So this is so yeah, I think you can see some movement there.
Pavel, please.
Okay. Well, Borja, thank you very much. This is a very interesting question. I think from the economic perspective is actually crucial thing to assure that there is a level playing field for the European companies, also from the competition from outside. And for a long time, we were going from the assumption that China is special, that we should actually turn a blind eye on some practices like subsidizing Chinese companies. But this time is over. There is now ongoing a huge discussion on that, how we should reform the competition policy in Europe, how to support so-called European champions, and how to create a level playing field, not only from the legal perspective, but also from the capital perspective, and also how to change the fact that some external competitors, they have free access to the single market, but unfortunately we don't have free access to their markets. So we should actually deal with that. And second is access to capital. We need to deepen the financial sector in Europe. We have to go on with the project of capital markets union, because only this way we will be able to assure that a large capital is at the disposal to actually support a crucial sector of our economies. And this is even more important that we are heading towards probably a hard Brexit, and the largest financial sector of the Eurozone and of the single market will be soon outside.
Yeah, thanks. Are there more questions for now?
There's just one follow-up question to Borja's question about whether how we could use the grants under the Green Deal to help improve the green credentials of European companies and private businesses.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. Also to give the floor to Zofia later on after this question. I was maybe something that I was thinking while reading your paper and in your presentation is that you mentioned very well this domestic contestation and the fact that that there are movements that really question these climate ambitions. Well, we can think of the Yellow Vest, but also the movements in Germany in favor of of diesel. And I was also on the litigation side. I was thinking about the investor-state dispute settlement and the fact that governments are also brought to court whenever they adopt certain policies that reduce the benefits for carbon industry. So in a way, governments are both sued if they do not have ambition, and they are sued whenever they do have ambition. And I don't know if you see on the litigation side this contradictory litigation as something that that would also merit some reflection. But now we have 3 minutes, so maybe you can have the final round of answers. Maybe we can start with Pavel or Agnieszka on this question that was posed by the audience, and then we will move to Zofia.
And we actually have one more question in, if I could add it, please.
Okay, yeah.
From Rob Arnold, who's asking to what degree the presenters see the appropriate infrastructure, for example, a pan-European green hydrogen pipeline network, as market leveling actions.
Okay, we can then give a sort of a 1 minute to each presenter. We can move in the reverse order. So Pavel, Agnieszka, and Zofia.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to be brief, well, I think that we have to think about 2 issues. First of all, concerning the financial sector and green goals. Now the green goals are actually somewhere at the margin of the debate or activity of the financial sector. So we have to put it from the margin to the mainstream. And secondly, we have now the deepest crisis, economic crisis in the Second World War. But the crisis can be also an opportunity for a change. And we should put green objectives always in the forefront. And if we don't speed up this transition now, then in the next 5-10 years it will be too late. Thank you.
Okay, Agnieszka, please.
I will be brief as well. So just let me start by thanking to all the participants who followed, who actively asked questions as well. Maybe I will focus on the follow-up question that was asked on the conditionality of grants. So it's actually quite an interesting procedure that is going to be put in place, which allows all member states to have under the proposal that is currently on the table, and that will be negotiated next days. So how this will work is that a member state proposes what it wants to spend money on. All the member states and the Commission have a say. This proposal has to be in line with commitments made by the member states and specifically the energy plans. So there is an attempt to make sure that any funds distributed through the new grants from the New Generation EU will be fully in line with, let's say, the overall plans that are agreed at European level. And then, I mean, the second point that I would add is obviously once we have the climate law, in whatever form it will take, I doubt that it won't make a specific reference precisely to this issue of where how you should ensure the greening of the funds. So distributed from the EU budget. And thank you very much again to all the participants.
Thanks, Agnieszka. And finally, Zofia.
Okay, thank you, Anna, for this very interesting question. So for the sake of shortness and also to end on more idealistic note, I'd like to stress that, well, even if those litigation cases are sometimes contradictory, to the amount that they provide to increasing inclusiveness of the political process, and they encourage policymakers to take into account the voice of the society which is interested in all issues related to climate action, then I think that we will all benefit from those cases.
Okay, thanks. And on that positive note, yeah, we conclude this panel also thanking everyone in the audience, our presenters, for very insightful contributions. And I guess that the conclusion is that we will have to continue mainstreaming of climate neutrality for a long time to come. Thanks again, and join me in thanking the presenters, and see you in the next panels and also the closing if you can join for that. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Anna. And I've just posted the link to the next panel, which starts in half an hour. Thanks, everybody.
So, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the final panel as part of our Shining a Light on Energy conference. Welcome to those of you who are with us on Zoom, and also those who are joining from the live streaming platforms. My name is Rose, and I'm going to be the question box for this session. I am also part of the Natolin Energy and Climate Student Society, who has helped organise this conference as a whole. We are excited to present Theme 5, which is the very interesting topic of just transition, and particularly apt to talk about given that the College of Europe in Natolin is based in Poland. We're sorry we're not able to welcome you to our beautiful campus for this conference due to the current situation, but we are looking forward to an engaging and informative discussion online today. For those of you who have not been able to join the other sessions, the way it will work is that our moderator will give an introduction, and then our two wonderful speakers will present their research on this topic. There's also a chance for you, the audience, to ask questions and add your input. You can either send me a private message on the chat with your name and profession or organisation, and I will read it out, or you can use the raise the hand function and our moderator can give you the floor. Today, we are very lucky to have Marine Cornelis to moderate this panel. She is the director and founder of Next Energy Consumer, which is a policy consultancy focused around the social aspects of the energy and climate transitions. She launched her company to help build a just transition after having worked for many years as an EU energy rights advocate in Brussels. And that makes her the perfect person to contribute to this panel, and we are very grateful for her participation in this conference. And without further ado, I will give Marine the floor. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you to the College of Europe in Natolin. So hello and welcome to everyone. This is the last session of this series of webinar. This is a true honor for me to host and to moderate this session. As Rose said, I am working as a policy consultant, and I'm focusing on the social aspects of the energy and climate transitions. So that's why I'm very, very excited to moderate this session today, as the topic, the just transition, is very dear to my heart. And I think it's undeniably essential if we want to get absolutely everyone on board the climate change mitigation and find solutions that truly leave no one behind. So all of you must have heard about the just transition, and it is one of the pillars of the European Green Deal. The Green Deal communication acknowledged that the transition can only succeed if it's conducted in a fair and inclusive way. And this supposes to protect the most vulnerable and empower citizens to get the right tools and skills to deal with the significant structural changes in business models. And the fact that not all member states, regions, and cities start the transition from the same point or have the same capacities to respond is indeed very challenging. But the European Union is aiming to empower member states, regions, and cities to be able to cope with this transition and build a fairer and better society now and in the coming years. So the European Commission, as you may have heard, has been developing the Just Transition mechanism. This mechanism focuses on the people, on the regions, and on the sectors most affected by the climate transition. So Poland is a very good example, but you have other examples throughout Europe. For instance, in the south of Italy, in Puglia, there is a factory that has been polluting a lot the climate over there, and there is also a new the just transition will be a good opportunity to relaunch the city from scratch. So this just transition mechanism will enable the conversion of the local economy, the adaptation of human resources, and also the inclusion of workers and job seekers in the territories highly dependent on fossil fuels or carbon-intensive processes. And it will also help address systemic energy poverty and housing challenges, so a lot of socially related issues. Behind this concept, there is also a dedicated fund called the Just Transition Fund. this Just Transition Fund was completely boosted with the COVID recovery plan, because initially it was announced that this fund would receive 7.5 billion euro of fresh EU money, but now the amount has been increased to 40 billion euros. So it's absolutely enormous, and this will be an excellent opportunity to relaunch the economy with a better and healthier, greener basis. So in this context, eliminating energy poverty and making sure everyone can properly navigate the job markets are the topics our panelists will be discussing today. I've decided to ask them first and foremost why they chose those two topics. Alexandra Blin, who's currently a student at the College of Europe in Natolin, will get us into the depths of energy poverty and building a socially fair energy transition. Alexandra has chosen this topic because she thinks energy is more than ever vital to everyday life, and not having any can have a significant impact that can push people further into poverty. So the energy transition is bringing a lot of opportunity, but it does not necessarily take into account the phenomenon of energy poverty, and it could actually increase it. I think Alexandra was, as a French person, also marked by the yellow vest crisis that hit France last year, and this was also a very good example of an imbalanced or perceived imbalanced transition. So, in order to make this transition acceptable and accepted, it will be necessary to help those suffering from poverty to overcome it, and this will be the topic Alexandra will tell us about. Then we will listen to Heidi Renaud, who's a College of Europe alumni, and she's now working for GRT Gas in Brussels. She will focus on the European pillar of social rights and its potential to reskill employees in the energy transition in fossil fuel reliant regions. Heidi chose this topic because she believes that the human being must be at the heart of the debate on our future model of society. It's a question of reconsidering the relationship between people and their environment. On these subjects, we may have neglected the social aspects, which often comes later. And this is something that has marked her a great deal in her studies and currently in her work, where energy policy is often discussed from a very technical point of view, and it is often very abstract. So this concept of the just transition allows her to make the link between energy, social issues, and also regional development. It's also related to the personal development issues she discovered during her studies and through her involvement with voluntary organizations. So I'm very, very excited by those two upcoming presentations, and I'm very glad to leave the floor now to Alexandra.
Thank you very much, Marion, for this great introduction. Without further ado, I will jump directly into my topic, that is energy poverty. Very briefly, that's also my master thesis topics that I'm currently writing on. So I would not pretend that I'm an expert. I just did a lot of research on the topic, and I'm happy to share what I found out during this research time with you. When the Treaty of Lisbon came into force, putting energy in the EU primary law for the first time, very little was said on the social aspect of energy policy. The member states were on their way to liberalize the energy market to create an integrated one. Competition, one of the components of the energy triangle, was supposed to ensure affordability of energy services. Great. Access to energy services become less a service public than a consumption good. Therefore, European legislation talked about consumer vulnerability. Nowadays, especially since the adoption of the Paris Agreement, a great emphasis is put on climate change. The EU has adopted and is implementing ambitious targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and increasing the share of renewables sources in the mix. It is coming along with the social acceptability of the energy and climate transition. As Marine said, I'm coming from France, and the Yellow Vest has been quite a movement on this topic. However, I strongly believe that fighting climate change and reducing, maybe even eliminating energy poverty should go hand in hand rather than being seen as incompatible objectives and engagements. The problem is that the costs and the benefits of this energy transition is not well enough distributed among the people. Thus, energy poverty became an increasingly pressing issue at the European level. Before I further deepen the topic, I would like to just have a short remark on the dichotomy between defining energy poverty in developing countries and in developed countries. In developing countries, energy poverty is usually understood as the lack of access to energy services, while in developed countries, it is understood in terms of energy expenditures and incomes. So today I will focus on this in developed countries, so in the phenomena in Europe. Today, it is about 10% of the European population that is energy poor. In 2013, 52 million people across the EU could not keep their home adequately warm, with 161 million facing disproportionate housing expenditures, 87 million living in poor quality dwellings, and 41 million facing errors in utility bills. The definition of energy poverty was first given in 1991, and it was by Dr. Brenda Boydman. It was a phenomena in which households cannot have adequate energy services for 10% of their incomes. Today in Europe, the definition evolved, and we still don't have a common one. We'll see that later, but defining energy poverty and measuring the phenomena is quite difficult. So for now, energy poverty is understood as a combination of low household incomes, high energy prices, and low levels of residential energy efficiency. The manner in which energy is used at home is also playing a great role in this. As such, energy poverty does not fully overlap with the income poverty, although, of course, many low-income households are also energy poor. As briefly mentioned, providing an affordable access to energy services to all, even those vulnerable, was first mentioned within the EU legislation as consumer vulnerability in the EU legislation since 2003. The second energy package set out the objective of protecting those vulnerable consumers in the energy sector in the context of an open internal electricity and gas markets. Acknowledging and understanding the issue of energy poverty in Europe has long been recognized explicitly in recent years only. The social dimension of the internal energy market was not included in the Untitled Energy in the Lisbon Treaty. It was first mentioned as such in the third energy package in 2009, making it a European issue. Consumer protection, as well as providing Europeans with competitive and affordable energy, was one of the pillars of the Energy Union under the Juncker Commission. In this context, the last and more recent energy package, the Clean Energy for All Europeans package, further integrated energy poverty in the regulation, composed of 8 legislative acts targeting a variety of energy poor relevant sectors: energy efficiency, energy performance of buildings, renewable energy, electricity market redesign. This package can cover energy poverty more. But maybe the most important element of this package is the fact that now member states have to acknowledge the prevalence of energy poverty in their national energy and climate plans. Besides, the European Commission launched an initiative called the European Energy Poverty Observatory in December 2016, as part of its effort to address energy poverty across the EU countries. The observatory is a great help to improve the measuring, monitoring, and sharing of knowledge and best practices on energy poverty. It has 3 overarching tasks: producing statistics and analysis on the number of households in energy poverty and related indicators, disseminating the result of the work of the observatory, and serving as a hub for all the actors involved and affected by energy poverty. And finally, providing technical assistance, because measuring and monitoring is great, but we also need to act. That's why this technical assistance is very much needed. At the end, the EPROV is creating a public platform forum for exchange of knowledge on this issue and can identify some possible policy solution, of which you can find many recommendations in the policy report. As I very briefly mentioned, energy poverty is a complex, multidimensional issue. It manifests in different ways across households and member states. That is not easy to picture it with a single indicator. It is generally caused by having a low income, facing high energy costs, and living in a home with low energy efficiency. Various indicators can capture these facets of the problem, but yet among scientific researchers, but also policymakers across member states, there is no consensus on which are the best and how to combine these indicators. To me, still, it seems that a consensus can arise on the fact that energy poverty should be measured using multiple indicators. Each indicator captures a slightly different aspect of the phenomenon to present the broad picture. However, using multiple indicators independently has its limits. Different indicators can show different results. And such differences pose challenges for the policymakers and can create confusion regarding the rate of energy poverty and the characteristic of an energy poor household. Therefore, I'm really in favor, or really glad that the EU Poverty Observatory come up with a methodology that is combining different indicators with a different weight in the way you calculate or you monitor energy poverty. They use primary indicators and secondary indicators. And the primary indicator, the more important, are a number of 4, 2 objective and 2 self-report measures, which are your ability to pay your bills, low absolute energy expenditure, high share of energy expenditure in income, and the inability to keep home adequately warm. On this very last, we can perfectly understand how this is non-objective, but rather subjective, and not everybody would like to warm their home at the same temperature, which makes the phenomena very difficult to measure. However, that's not the only problem when trying to track the phenomena. Good measurement of energy poverty is also dependent on the availability and reliability of data over time to monitor the progress, but also in Europe to make the comparison between countries. So this measuring energy poverty remains a challenge. However, it is crucial for 2 reasons. The first, the identification of energy poor households should enable the efficient implementation of support measures. The second, the measurement should capture the relevant facet of deprivation to make sure that you produce relevant policy. Ideally, the energy poverty metrics, so the indicator used and how to combine them, should include both quantitative and qualitative components that ensure comprehensive coverage while trying to minimize the biases in the representation of the phenomenon. Why is it also so important to talk about energy poverty? There is many poverty possible, but energy has a very deep impact that is so often underestimated. However, many studies have shown many times that living in inadequately heated or cooled homes has detrimental implications on social life, physical health, mental health, as well as well-being. The first, social exclusion of the household affects people that are energy poor. The association fighting against the exclusion of most deprived point out the shame of not keeping warm can lead households to withdraw into themselves. They can end up completely isolated from the rest of the society because there are fear of receiving guests in such dwellings. Therefore, local associations play an essential role in preventing this risk. The next one, the worsening of the initial state of dilapidation of the dwellings. Indeed, an unheated or underheated dwellings deteriorates more quickly than a well-maintained dwellings. This creates a very vicious circle, since the deterioration of the state of the building or the apartment accentuates the loss of energy in the dwellings, and thus threaten the household in energy poverty. This is why public aid for energy renovation of the most precarious housing make a lot of sense. And finally, one important issue as well is the appearance of many health problems, such as cardiovascular disease, respiratory and pulmonary problems, as well as mental disorders such as depression. It doesn't mean that energy poor people will fall under depression right away, but they are more likely than people that are non-energy poor. These are already important challenges to cover for the European policymaker. Nonetheless, energy poverty encompasses a very wide range of challenges on which I would like to elaborate on one more, specifically the impact of climate change and one of the increase of temperature. The issue seems to be particularly affecting Eastern, Central, and Southern European countries. The EU, the 28 at that time, in 2012, the proportion of dwellings not comfortably cooled during summer was almost 20%. The first challenge of tackling these specific challenges, so having your house cool enough during hot summer, within the framework of energy poverty is in fact very underestimated, because we tend to focus more on indoor heating during winter and the overall affordability of energy. Nonetheless, some homes in Europe are reaching dangerously hot temperatures, which is likely to have health and well-being impact as important, not to say even more important, than the one linked to the inability to warm your house during winters. The EU Energy Poverty Observatory acknowledged on a conceptual level the inability to keep adequately cool as a primary indicator of energy poverty. However, in practice, the lack of reliable and available data make it hard to study. Before slowing towards the conclusion of my presentation, there is some challenges I would like just to name and key aspects of this transition and energy poverty that are pressing. About the challenges, there is the open question of the inclusion of transportation in the scope of energy poverty. Indeed, as the Yellow Vest movement show, an increase of taxation on fuel for your car can have great impact on people that are at risk of energy poverty. Besides, taking your car sometimes is the only way to go to work. Therefore, having access to an affordable energy services could maybe encompass transportation as such. That's an open question. The other one is the gender issue linked with energy poverty. Women alone are more likely to be under energy poverty than a well-being family. And concerning the key aspect of energy poverty, they are presently missing or underexplored in the literature or within national surveys, meaning that we are lacking of data on it, is the energy services at home, such as iced tea that you use. And that's part of the digitalization of our world, and that is increasing due to the pandemic as well, and can reinforce the inequalities linked to access to energy. Another one is an important subjective thing, how everyday practices in households impact their energy consumption. And we have very little data on this, and therefore it makes it very complex to study. I'm coming to the end, and I didn't want to give you a recommendation that you can find in reports, but rather the way I see how we could reduce energy poverty. Energy poverty is a distinct form of poverty associated with a range of adverse consequences for people. As I said, health, mental, physical, well-being, social exclusion. In fact, energy poverty has an indirect effect on many policy areas, including health, environment, productivity, work. Addressing energy poverty has the potential to bring multiple benefits, including less money spent for governments on health, reducing air pollution, better comfort and well-being, improved household budget, and increased economic activity. Therefore, I would like to reiterate that I strongly believe that the energy transition should go hand in hand with the engagement of reducing energy poverty. The most socially vulnerable and energy poor families are indeed the ones who could benefit the most of energy efficiency measures, for instance. Besides, building renovation would have a substantial impact on their resilience to climate change. As stated by Poland draft national energy and climate plans, energy efficiency, housing, upgrading strategy for energy poverty are playing a pivotal role in reducing their greenhouse gases emission by improving and therefore improving air quality. Therefore, the European policymaker has to act on two fronts, helping households in the short term to heat their home or to cool their home, in particular by helping them to pay their energy bills. And in the long-term vision, the aim is to act on one of the main factors leading to energy poverty. So you have both a curative method and a preventive method to tackle energy poverty in Europe. But as such, we also need all the tools and the data available to picture this phenomena very well, that show a very range of diversity across country, household, and region. I hope this came to your interest and that you will explore more the social aspects of energy, because it's a great one. And as Marin said while introducing me, I strongly believe that today not having access to a fair energy services is a really, really important factor of exclusion or being deprived from the benefits of what the energy transition has to offer. I would be really willing to answer any question on this. And now I'm really glad to hear ideas on her presentation.
Thank you so much, Alex, for this great presentation. Indeed, energy poverty is a very complex issue that translates into very different situations, from housing deprivation to health problems to also education and learning issues. And the issue of energy poverty has been particularly visible during the COVID crisis, and it's still particularly visible, putting a lot of families at risk of falling into deeper poverty levels. So a lot of countries have decided to set up some measures in order to help the families, but of course it's not enough. And we still have to monitor very closely this topic. And I'm glad that a new generation of young people is interested in this topic and will also bring this issue forward. So thank you very, very much, Alex, for this research, for this presentation, and for your engagement, because it's indeed an engagement to talk about these social issues behind the energy and climate transition. Now, I'm really, really pleased to introduce Heidi. So Heidi will be talking about the European Pillar of Social Rights and related initiatives more with a job and a job market perspective. Heidi, the floor is yours.
Yes, hello everyone. Thank you very much, Marine, for this introduction, and thank you, Alex, for your presentation. That was really interesting. I will try to directly introduce the key element of the research I'm doing. I'm very happy to be able to present it to you and to have the possibility to debate about this topic with you. So basically, debates around the topic are now flourishing around the just transition, especially since the just transition mechanism has been put forward by the European Commission. Although these debates tend to be led by civil society and mostly by trade unions. So it shows that it remains something that is considered as specialized and that is not appropriated by other stakeholders like industry, for instance, while it could be relevant for them as well. And especially it could be relevant to expand, to broaden the topic from the just transition cases to a larger extent to the society as a whole. So my aim with this research was also to better understand what are the interlinkage between energy and environmental policy and social policies, because as Marine and Alexandra underlined, this is a topic that is often quite set aside. And so here in this just transition act as a case because it allows to unveil the challenge that are stemming from the transition from a social perspective. And it is like a microcosm where you can see what is the impact, the social impacts of the transition. And you can also see what are the good practices or not in managing the transition and planning it. And so this is not a new concept, even if it's something that is now flourishing and even if it's something that is put forward now. A lot of just transition already happened in the history of Europe, but also at the global scale. And the difference is that it is now becoming a part of the climate and environmental policy. Especially with the just transition mechanism, which can be seen as the acknowledgement of the social dimension for environmental policy. And this is really important for ensuring social acceptabilities of these policies. And so I decided to focus indeed on the skills aspect and to have more job market perspective, because the skill challenge is already something that is really important for the transition, and that is really challenging it because we are already facing, in fact, in our labor market, a skill shortage, as shown by for instance, in the European Commission Industrial Strategy that released earlier this year. They said that 70% of companies delay their investment because they can't find the people with the right skill. And this is significant figures that show the scale of the challenge. And so when we refer about this challenge, we are saying that the transition will create new jobs that will require new skills, but at the same time, it will also transform other jobs. And this will require to upskill people. And at the same time, it's about jobs that are going to disappear, like fossil fuel activities. And this requires to shift the skills. And so these elements can be seen at the level of just transition regions and planning. And that's why it's so interesting to look at them, because we have quite a long history of just transition that already happened. And so we can identify a very strong need for skill strategy, and the EU's role in this process is mainly to support. And this support is provided by funding and by through expertise that the European Commission is giving to member states. And so the European Pillar of Social Rights is indeed important in this context because it can give a legal background to the European Commission for intervention, and it allows the EU to propose initiative to member states that then need to be implemented, and that's also a basis for intervention and just transition. So we can identify several shortcomings that, through the just transition cases that need to be avoided, such as the lack of coordination and the lack of political support. That is to say that regions affected by the transition in a negative way will need to coordinate their skill strategies, and they will need political support that can translate into subsidies. And if they don't have this support from their national governments, this can impede the transition and the planning of the transition, and it can impede a lot of things in this process. So another shortcoming will be the reliance on member state implementation because of national governments that are changing of policy, that can decide other priorities, and thus leaving the regions quite alone in this process. And one important thing also in just transition is about considering industrial restructuring in relation to regional development. And this is really essential, entailed in the concept and management of just transition, which need to do both things at the same time. Because if you only focus on industrial restructuring, what the studies show is that you cannot develop the economic growth sufficiently to provide enough job opportunities and to provide long-term jobs for people, because once the industry is leaving, again, then you got the same problem. And this principle, I think it should also apply more generally at a broader scale for all regional development, because industrial restructuring are not facing only by region reliant on fossil fuel. They are also faced by a lot of for a lot of reasons, not only for climate policies and for economic reasons. And the COVID crisis might lead to some of them, unfortunately. And so this is really something that should be considered. A last point that needs to be really underlined is the social dialogue. But when we refer to social dialogue, we often think about the dialogue between employers and company. And here it's not only about that, it's also about including citizens in the process of the region, and to make the plan comprehensive both for the region and for the company. And so the just transition plans that need to be done will have to include both level of action, both level of consultation, to ensure that inhabitants' expectations and needs with regard to the territory are met. And so that's why in my research I found interesting the notion of collective competencies, which is quite close of the notion of know-how. And this is promoted by trade unions for industrial restructuring in general. And I think it could apply perfectly for just transition plans, because the notion can apply to the company, but also to the regions. It can assess what is the existing potential in terms of human resource at the level of the company. And so to decide those workers can work in this or this area because they've got these skills, but at the same time, some of them can improve others aspect of their skills to go to another sector. And at the same time, you assess also the citizens' need in this regard and expectation in terms of services they would like to be developed on their territory. And a second step would be to assess the existing potential of the territory, like what are the available lands, what are the available buildings, what is the history of the region, what are the cultural aspects, what is the know-how that we have on the territory. And then to combine it, you will be able to have a plan that have included citizens and employers in the process of planning the transition. And by this way, you also make a plan that fully meets their needs and make them more concerned and committed to the transition. And I will leave the floor here, hoping that it has given you a broader view of the topic and trigger debate.
Thank you so much, Heidi. It was very, very interesting and very relevant. Indeed, we don't talk enough about this European pillar of social rights, and we don't focus enough on how to reskill people. There is something maybe that we have to go back to the basis sometimes and just see that not everyone has the same tool and skills and the same capacity to deal and to adapt to changes, and not everyone has the same resilience to different issues, especially the one related to the job market or related to indeed housing or electricity bills. So those two presentations were very, very interesting and very complementary. So well done, ladies. I am very, very proud of you two. I think it's you are doing a great job. So keep on doing that. And yeah, I just wanted to ask you, Heidi, Alex, you start as you want, but I wanted to ask you who are the key players who is gonna enable this change and make the difference on the life of the people. Can you respond to that in a few seconds, please?
So yes, I will start if you don't mind. So yeah, the key players for me are clearly trade unions, because they managed first to promote the concept of just transition very significantly over the years. Over the past years, and they are also really important for improvement of the social dialogue at the level of regions. And regions are the second key player that is important in the just transition, because regional authorities, this is a space that enables activity to be implemented. And it's also the space where, as a citizen, you can see concretely what is going on and what kind of projects are undertaken. So I think this is a really important thing, to see concretely policy action for a citizen to accept such policy like climate policies, which can sound very abstract to a certain extent. And I also think companies have a role to play, because they can propose projects that will foster growth at the local level, and I don't think they are always bad guys, and that I think they can contribute to the economy if they are willing to. And they can propose innovation, and they can also scale it up and create new jobs thanks to that. So I think they are really important, and that's really important to take their role into account, and not reject them for as always people who are interested in private interests. But now I think every company is conscious that they need to care about general interest as well.
Alex, would you agree with that? What kind of role the companies could play?
Well, companies, it's a bit different for energy poverty because, you know, as a generation producing company, you need to be get money for the services or the thing you produce. And for the services, the transportation, the distribution of energy has also a price. So for me, we cannot expect them to reduce their price because they cannot sell something and lose money on this. So I was thinking about it, and of course, the European level, the national actors are important to elaborate on strategies, to create tools. But I really would put a great emphasis on local actors because they are the one closer to the citizens. They can organize workshops to raise awareness, to have campaigns about the funds available, the opportunities available for households to get out of energy poverty. And in some countries, like Spain, those NGOs on the spot have a very great role to play. And why, to me, local actors are so important is the fact that energy poverty is very different from a region to another one, even in a country. So it's difficult to have tools or strategy that are tailored for the whole country and for the whole continent. Therefore, local actors are here to monitor, to help people on the ground, and maybe have a bottom-up approach and to share the knowledge, what they are witnessing, with the national authorities. But the question is a good one. I don't want to criticize the question, but for me, the most important things with actors is the communication between them.
Yeah, it's indeed very important in order to build this bottom-up, well, let's say empowerment and this idea of capacity building from the bottom up and from the ground, from the people who are directly involved, either because they are vulnerable or energy poor, or because they are struggling, or their company is struggling and their job will be transformed because of the transition. Rose, maybe you have questions? Or I'll leave that up to you.
Yes, we've had a couple of questions from the floor. So the first one is there a risk that the Just Transition funds will only placate the fossil fuel industries and fail to really deal with the social impacts of the transition and provide long-term solutions from workers? And a second one, which is addressed to Alex, does the issue of energy poverty risk the success of social acceptance for more ambitious climate action among certain social groups? So yeah, maybe if you can elaborate on those in the last 10 minutes. And if anyone else has any questions, please send them through and I will read them out after those have been answered.
So, for the first question, yeah, I think definitely there's a risk that the Just Transition fund can finance fossil fuel activities, and there's a huge debate about whether these funds should enable financing of gas to switch from coal. Well, that's a risk, and I don't know whether it is a good idea or not, but I know that for some countries, and especially like Poland, the switch from coal to gas is quite important for making the transition possible. And even if gas is still a fossil fuel activities, we need to define what is behind this gas. Is it about natural gas, or is it about some what we call renewable and low carbon gases? They are not, even if they're, how to say that? I mean, they are good solution to reduce the emission. They represent a significant reduction of emission compared to coal. And so I think they can be a solution, especially in relation to energy poverty that Alexandra is presenting. because you need to keep the energy affordable. And the fact is, the amount of investment they need to give to foster renewable energy for some countries, it's so huge that it would increase significantly the price of electricity. And the question, this debate about switching from coal to gas and including it in the Just Transition Fund, it is also about that. It is also about relying on the existing infrastructure that are present in the country, and often the natural gas network is quite well developed and can be used for that. So that's a difficult debate, but I think it should be. It's important to have clear idea of what will be financed, what kind of gases, with what kind of infrastructure, will it finance new infrastructure or not? And there is a need for a clear analysis of what are the cost benefits of one technology over the other. And but definitely as a just transition, it can be a good tool, but at the same time, it should be a transition tool, always, of course.
So about the question of the risk of the success of social acceptance. Well, that's a very good question, but if such a policy measure worsens the situation you are on, I don't think you will accept such a move. And I would like to elaborate on a very concrete example on that. For instance, in cities now, many policymakers are trying to ban the cars that are the most polluting. And the most polluting cars can be the older one, but when you already struggle to pay the bills at the end of the month, I don't see how you could buy a more efficient or new car. So then, of course, you will be against this ban of old cars because yours is polluting when a big new car is less polluting than yours. To come back on energy poverty, because that's more about transportation, but it is also the question, can I have access to these appliances that are more energy efficient? And that will help me actually to save money at the end of the month. But they are expensive, and right now I don't have the money to afford me this new appliance. So the problem is the affordability of this. It's the same for the renovation of your building. Yes, on the long term, that will be beneficial, but right now I don't have the money. And that's why I strongly believe that programs for renovating buildings that are directly addressed to the vulnerable people or even the energy poor people have a direct impact and are the strongest impact on those people. And for me, yes, if you come with a solution for these people, they will embrace the energy transition because they also know that climate change will have an impact on them. As I said in my presentation, the increase of temperature is putting more and more people at risk of energy poverty because they are not able to cool their home. On the contrary, if the programs of renovation of building is not for them, is not targeting them, and that they feel excluded from this program and already excluded because they are energy poor, I think, yes, there is a great risk that we have more, maybe, movement like the Yellow Vest.
Indeed, what's important is to acknowledge that the situation is changing from month to month and from region to region, and that there is no one-size-fits-all solution. Rose, another question coming from the audience, maybe?
Yes, we have one more question, which maybe we can have a quick answer to before the end of the session, as the closing session will also start in a few minutes. But maybe in a few words, if you, Heidi and Alex and maybe Marine, could say, what could be the most important challenge for resource-rich countries to move to sustainable development?
Okay, I will start. I will say that the most resource-rich countries would need to acknowledge that it's not because they are rich that everyone is rich, and that sometimes you just need to go back to the basis and just take the time to listen to what people have to say. Because energy poverty, for instance, can be hidden behind a lot of, let's say, the curtains, and people won't show, but that they are suffering, but they are. So it's really a balance, finding a balance between different kind of policies, different kind of commitment, different kind of engagement, different kind of stakeholders, in order to create a climate of trust where people really want to engage and really want to make sure that this transition is also for their well-being.
Well, I will build on just what Maren said. Sometimes the challenge is to understand the other one, you know. And sometimes I really see, at least in the field of energy policy, that we go by silos and we kind of forgot the impact of one policy on the other one. And it's especially the case with energy poverty, because for instance, in coal regions, the energy is quite cheap, and changing from coal to another source of energy or generation can have a great impact on increasing the price of electricity, and thus resulting in the increase of energy poverty in the region. So for me, in the country that have the chance to have many resources at their hand, we need to use it at best, and to communicate and to make sure that we actually go for sustainable development. So we conjugate economic, sustainable, and goals together, because it's the key.
On my side, I would say that the challenge for a rich country is also planning the transition. Because even if you have a lot of money, you need to make the good decision of investment. And so you need to plan, and you need the impact assessment for that. So I would say that it's one of the big challenge. And of course, it is even more important for a country with less capacity of investment. But even when you're rich, you need to think about that. And also at the EU level, I think one of the key challenge for them will be to, as Marine and Alex said, to understand each other. And thus, the question will be to what extent they would like to commit to solidarity. And this is especially expressing for EU budget negotiation, where countries where member states have difficulties to share their money in a way. And to understand that, yes, we need this solidarity to put every member state at the same level, and to give the same capacity for every member state to manage the transition.
Okay, thank you, Heidi. Thank you so much. Thank you to both of you, and also, of course, to Rose for this great moderation and management of the tools. Indeed, we touched upon a lot of interesting topics. I think we could go on with those questions and answers for hours. There's still so much to do. What I would like to just keep in mind is that you are helping acknowledge that that we need to create the right platforms for the different stakeholders to engage in discussions in order to make the energy and climate transitions fair and sustainable for all. And maybe next year somebody will tell us about the issues related to consumption, or to the circular economy, because it's also completely linked, or to transport. So I'm really happy to continue the discussion, but I would mostly like to thank you so much for your great input and for your great research, and please keep on with the good work, and I'm looking forward to hearing from you again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marine.
Great. Thanks so much, everyone, and thank you especially to Marine for moderating this meeting. So the final session for our conference is starting in a few minutes. I've just posted the link in the chat. We're very lucky to have keynote speeches by Ambassador Lebowski, who is the former special envoy for COP24 and has been also the mentor to the Natolin Energy and Climate Society this year, which we are very grateful for. And there's also going to be a speech from the Undersecretary of State from the Polish Ministry of Climate, who can also hopefully build upon some of the issues we've been talking about during the conference. And lastly, Alex will be giving a few words from the Student Society perspective. So we really encourage you to tune in to that meeting, and we look forward to you to seeing there soon. And thanks again to everyone who participated and listened to this panel.
Thank you to everyone who's joined us for the last 2 days. It's been a really fascinating program of conferences and speakers, and I've definitely learned some very interesting and fascinating things. So all my thanks to everyone who's spoken and who's also stayed with us for this session, our closing session. So we have a few speakers now for you. And I'd like to pass over the floor to lead the session to Ambassador Otto Lorkowski, who, as well as being the former special envoy for COP24, which was held in Katowice here in Poland, he's also the former ambassador of Poland to Austria, and now the Vice President of the Polish National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management. But more than anything for us here, he's been our main support to the Natolin Energy and Climate Society in helping us to set up this conference. So for that, we're obviously very grateful, and thank you for all your support. And the floor is yours.
Thank you, Helena, and thank you, the whole society, for inviting me to lead the audience through the last closing session of this conference. And as I mentioned before you started your introductory works, I mentioned, how important this conference is. 10 years after inclusion of the energy and climate-related articles into the Lisbon Treaty, we got the chance to discuss how this changed the dynamic of the discussion on energy and climate-related issues without the European Union. I was from the very beginning of this conference. We discussed together in September last year the concept of this conference, and I'm very glad that we are today at this closing session and we can summarize the discussion we had. And my approach to this is very specific as well, because I was also at this moment when the Lisbon Treaty was negotiated at the very heart of this process, and I could remember this discussion we had 10 years ago or 12 years ago, because then we had 2 years of ratification of the treaty, and I could remember our discussion, very internal discussion, on how we could imagine how this work being done that time could impact the European Union. And that was our dream of those who negotiated the treaty, that we will have in the future energy policy of the European Union, fully-fledged energy policy of the European Union, that we could have more solidarity in that there will be solidarity between the member states, that the energy security challenges will be addressed by the European Union, both internal and external. And I could remember the Polish presidency of the European Union, of the Council of the European Union, in 2011, when this very specific issue of the external dimension of the EU energy security was flagged by the Polish EU presidency. That time we had as well hopes that the internal market of the European Union will develop the third energy package, and the next steps, they have been implemented by the European Union. It is a huge progress achieved since then, and finally the climate policy, the discussion on the climate neutrality, but today accompanied by the just transition concept, the just transition discussion. I think all this together makes the EU energy and climate policy complex of issues, a bunch of issues which are constituting a fully fledged EU policy. I'm not sure that this project is finished or this project is completed. I think that there is a lot to be done ahead of us, and that's why I'm very keen to have today in this closing session Vice Minister Adam Guibourgé-Czetwertyński, the Polish face in Brussels in terms of energy and climate policy. And I would be happy to have statement or discussion with Adam on his perception or his expectation how the EU climate and energy policy could evolve in the future. And I think that Adam has the best competences to discuss it. Adam is engaged now in the ministry and is working for the Polish Ministry for Climate, but previously he used to work in the Polish permanent representation in Brussels. He was a person very at the heart of the decision-making process in Brussels, taking the responsibility for presenting the Polish position, especially in the climate angle of this discussion. And then we had together a chance to support the Polish COP24 president back in 2018. Adam was a chief negotiator, and Adam is the author of the big success of the COP conference in Katowice, and I think that makes Adam a person who is most prepared for giving us, both from the international and the European perspective, what might be the future, what are the vectors of the development of the EU climate and energy policy. Adam, if I might ask you to take the floor to continue on that, and please forgive me if I would intervene and I would somehow engage in the discussion with you if needed.
Very, very happy to do it that way. I think it's more lively a discussion. I try not to make too long statements, although there are many things I say, probably on two main topics. One on the climate policy itself and the challenges ahead for Poland, for the EU, for the world, but also maybe a few comments. If the first part doesn't go already, a few comments on the more legal and institutional aspects of the climate and energy discussions. The climate challenge is probably one of the biggest the Earth is facing today. The ambition of the EU that was set by our prime ministers in December last year, deciding that the EU should aim to be climate neutral by 2050, is probably one of the biggest projects in European history. Even it is really for all of us a huge change in our everyday lives, because it will require changing not only our energy systems, but also changing the way our whole economy functions, the way we consume, the way we eat, we transport. It's really a wide-ranging transformation that awaits us. When I talk about these subjects, I always have the feeling I have to make a big disclaimer, because it's what was agreed in December last year is often misrepresented. What was agreed by the European Council. So just to clarify, the European Council last year agreed that the EU should aim for to become climate neutral by 2050. That was agreed by all 28 member states. At the time, UK was still a member state, and Poland also was part of that agreement. At the same time, the European Council recognized that Poland specifically is in a bit of a different situation than other member states because of the starting points. It is understandable that the journey will be a bit more complicated for Poland. We've been starting from very high. Even when we look at the level of coal in our energy mix, in the early 90s, it was about 95, close to 100% in reality. And today we are all only at 76% when it comes to electricity production. So we went down quite a bit. And if you look at the draft plan for the energy policy was released last year until 2040, it's looking at going down to 28% in 2040. So it is moving quite fast, and it's moving also because the government has implemented a number of measures. One of the most successful programs we have in this regard is actually run by the Environmental Protection Fund, where Artur Lokowski is working, and it's the My Electricity, Mój Prąd, the program that is aimed at supporting investment in households in renewable energy. That was a tremendous success and a big contribution factor to the very sharp increase seen last year, and we've seen that continuing this year in terms of installed capacity of renewables. Last year we had about 2 gigawatts that was installed, and we expect that trend to continue. Obviously, we're all facing, and that's the reason why we are meeting, in video conference, changing worlds with the pandemic, and often comes to the questions: does it change anything? I think the answer is probably yes, no, maybe. It depends. There's different facets to that challenge. It definitely doesn't change our resolve to reach our targets, and we are definitely on the path of transformation. And the long-term perspective was clearly set in the Paris Agreement. We have to reach climate neutrality. In the Paris Agreement, it's saying balancing emissions with sinks, and that's the objective we're aiming. Obviously, at the same time, there are also some things that are more difficult to measure. Some people are talking about changing consumer habits with the pandemics. We don't really know how much permanent these changes will be, and whether they will really be impacting our emissions level in the longer run. And it's obviously also changing the situation, because it's heavily impacting our economies, and as governments, and similarly across Europe, but similarly with Poland, we've also been looking at ways to give a boost to the economy in these difficult times. And in the Ministry of Climate, we were thinking, what are these projects that we can use both with a positive effect on growth, on employment, on activity levels, it's very needed in these times of crisis, and at the same time putting us on path to a transformation, and that could be implemented quickly, because the crisis now, so we can't wait for 2 years to see these projects realized. And we came up with a bunch of different projects, ranging from electromobility to insulation of buildings, energy efficiency, renewables, a very wide area of initiatives, 26 programs, I think, if I remember correctly, 2 billion euros to be spent over the next month. So really projects that can be implemented very quickly. So this is for the impact of the crisis, and obviously ahead of us we have big discussions in Europe around a number of proposals. The first one that came earlier this year with the European Climate Law, but other proposals coming in the frame of the Green Deal. And let me maybe say a few words about the general context from a more legal or practical perspective, because in fact I'm not a lawyer, so I'm really not the best placed person to talk to you about law, but to talk about the treaties also from a practical perspective, how they work in practice. I remember a couple of years ago I was talking with a PhD candidate that came to interview me about very specific problems treaties for her thesis, and with a lot of preconceptions in mind, and that after the interview told me that it's very interesting, because actually confronting the theory I saw from the treaty and from the legal problems with the practice, as I get a very, very different perception now of the reality. So a few comments on a few more crunchy, more interesting bits and pieces in this legal framework we're working in. I think, you know, first things that probably comes to mind when we discuss energy policy and the treaties, it's the famous unanimity special legislative procedure for energy related theory, measures significantly affecting member states' choice between different energy sources and the general structure of their energy supply should be subject to a special legislative procedure. In practice, was never used. So it's one of these numerous, probably, articles of law that was never put in practice, and we actually never have had, even in the most recent case that was in the court in Luxembourg, we never have had very clear description of in which case should that provision be used. Actually, in the impact assessment that the Commission is preparing, then we're never really looking at the impact these measures should have on the member states' energy mix. So it's one of these provisions that is not really not always respected. Another one that is not as seldom put in practice, but is not always put in practice, is Article 11, sorry, of the treaty, that talks about the integration of environmental protection requirements in all the aspects, both from the definition and the implementation of EU policy. And this is very important, especially when we look, you know, at the I was saying at the beginning, with the climate challenge. We are facing something that is not only changing the energy sector, but will require change across all sectors. So it is clear that all the measures we are going to be taking in different sectors need to be aligned with that goal if we want to be able to achieve that goal. And we've seen in the past that it wasn't always so well respected. An example of that is the mobility package that was recently adopted and includes a provision that are in contradiction with the objectives of the Paris Agreement, because it includes provisions that will lead to increased emission in the transport sector. So sometimes we have a bit of a difficulty in the EU to be fully coherent the policies we adopt with the objectives we have set in one sector. Another very important element, and I won't dwell a lot into it because it was already referred to by Arthur Locossi in his introduction, it's the solidarity element. I think that the solidarity concept was very much reinforced in the Lisbon Treaty, and it is really a new element also in the energy context that is of interest. And there were also recent court cases referring to that, but one of the most interesting experience also I had when working in Brussels about the difference between theory and practice. The treaties was the difficult negotiations we had around the NEC directive and the question how to set targets. And the NEC directive is, for those who don't know, is a national emission ceiling directive. So it's setting targets for specific pollutants to ensure a good air quality across Europe. And it is setting different targets for different member states based on different criteria, not totally transparent in the way that it was set, but it was in the original Commission's proposal. It was giving the proposal was giving costs for different member states that were ranging from 1 to 10. So the same measure was impacting very differently in terms of cost per capita the different member states. And as often happens in these negotiations, there was the Commission proposal somewhere in the middle, then the Council wanted to be here, and Parliament wanted to be all the way up there. And you have to meet somewhere. And there are several ways you can do that to get to an agreement. You can, for instance, go and see what is the maximum value you can get from the Council without getting the blocking. And that maximum, that's what we tried in the first place in the Council, wasn't sufficient for the Parliament. So the Presidency came back to the Council and say, okay, the Parliament is not happy. What can we do more? Then the next best option we have is we look for different member states. No, who is willing to do more? And you ask around, are you willing to do a bit more? And so it went around, and we also said, okay, we're willing to do a bit more than what we said in the first round. So the Presidency went back to the Parliament with that, saying, okay, we add everything up, and that's what we get to. The Parliament said, well, still not enough. And now it's a difficult one, because you've tried how far you could go without getting a blocking minority. In addition, you've asked for an extra efforts from willing member states, and how do you come up with the rest? And the way it was done at the time, it was just 3 member states that were picked for which the targets were increased, still beyond what they were willingly ready to agree to. And in order to get the highest possible increase, obviously you were looking at the member states where that impact would be the highest, but at the same time, you were trying to get member states that were not too big, so that you don't get a blocking minority. So obviously, as you can guess, with me remembering it, we ended up being one of the 3 unlucky member states to be in that situation. But I'm just talking about this anecdote just to show that in practice, when you are trying to design a policy at EU level, it's not that easy to set targets in a way that is fair, and it's not that easy to do that obviously in full consensus and in full transparency. And that's very, very unfortunate. In the end, that's the rule. I mean, you don't have a blocking key, you can't block the decision. That's how it works. But what it means is that you can actually handpick a couple of member states to do all the effort for the rest of the EU, and that's That's the the drawback of this approach. So here I am with a few anecdotes on the application of the treaty in practice, the climate and energy field. A few comments on the climate and energy policy, but happy to take questions and discuss.
Sorry, Ambassador Lorkowski, I think your microphone is muted.
Okay. Thank you very much, Adam, and thank you very much for your contribution to this discussion. And whatever the example was you presented, whether it was concerning the big discussion on the climate neutrality, or the discussion on how the decisions are being taken within the Council, I think at the end of this presentation, our one word is very important, and this word, I think, is compromise. And this ability of the European Union to get the compromise at the end of the discussion is something which, for me, always was a magnificent experience, I would say. Now, I would like to turn to Alexandra Blin. I don't know who is the host, actually, because Alexandra is leading the Energy and Climate Society at the College of Europe in Natolin. And maybe before going to Alexandra, maybe we should check whether there are some questions to Adam, and maybe somebody is willing to ask some questions for clarification, additional information. Helen?
Yeah, we haven't had any questions so far, but if anyone would like to ask anything, feel free to send them to me directly in the chat, or to use the raise hand function in Zoom.
Okay. So now we are going to invite Alexandra, but before doing that, I would like to thank you very much, Alexandra, and the whole society, which I has the honor to mentor through the whole year. And this conference was, I think, a great project. You as a society, you as organization team put together, and you make it possible. I'd like to thank you, Helena, for your contribution. Emer, I know that Emer is somewhere behind the screen. Rose, thank you for excellent communication. That was a terrific job done. Lisa made a great contribution yesterday to the conference, but also as a team of the organization team. Borja, that's and German. That's something, you did an excellent job, and Christian, I guess that's the whole organization team. Thank you very much for your excellent contribution, for the work you have done for the whole year, from the very conceptual phase of this conference to the
Sorry, I think we've temporarily lost connection. Perhaps, I don't know if Ambassador Lorkowski can hear us, but perhaps in the meantime, Alex, you would like to give some remarks?
Well, sure. It's my pleasure to come at the end as the head of the student society here who put together this event. I'm very happy to have to say some thank yous. That's a pity Ambassador Lorkowski is now froze. or even disconnect, because I wanted to thank him for his kind words.
Now I'd like to Alexander, to Alexander. Alexander, the floor is yours, because I had been disconnected for a while.
Yeah, thank you. Well, in the meanwhile, I took the floor, and I was just saying that I was really thankful. I wanted to thank you for the kind words. This project has been a challenge, but also a great project. But before I go in thank yous, dear Vice Minister, dear Ambassador Lokowski, thank you for joining us today for this closing session. Thank you for your speeches. After what you said, I think I have nothing else to add on energy policy. It was nice to underline the achievement in a snapshot of since the Lisbon Treaty, but also touching a point, the more recent negotiation. I believe that was a good way to close this discussion and all the one we had in the past 2 days, because you touch upon the issue of energy security, just transition, with climate change, with the COP negotiation. And I think that's what we have been discussing. However, of course, many issues remain to be discussed. And I think both our speakers and the audience would have liked to spend more time elaborating on European and energy policy. And I'm very happy the College of Europe in Natolin offered this platform to discuss these issues, both over the year for students here, but also in the last 2 days for our community, but also for sharing our interest in energy and climate policy around the globe, because we are now online. As I said, as the head of this very dynamic group of students who put together their energy to make this conference happening, I would like to thank them very much for that, and to say a lot of thank yous. That's my nice task right now. But before that, I need to remind you that everything started in September 2019. We just met, we just arrived in Natolin, and we're a group of students sharing the same interest for energy and climate. So we decided to create a society to organize events throughout the year: conferences, discussion, field trip, forest week, many things. In the meanwhile, College of Europe in Natolin offers the privilege to organize this academic conference about the 10 years of energy in the Lisbon Treaty. Of course, on our way, there were many challenges, among which a pandemic that was really unexpected. We had to adapt and go over the sad feeling that we are not able to welcome you, both speakers and participants on Natolin campus right now. I believe that nothing can replace in-person meetings. However, we have to, and we did take the opportunity out of this unexpected situation in the last month to still organize this event. Also, as the students in Natolin are currently taking our exam, I can say that I'm very, very proud of the committee that organized this conference. It is composed by Boha, Chris, Imer, Elena, Rose, Lisa, German, Rose, and myself. And organizing such a conference, I think we learn a lot from the process, both in terms of personal skills, but of course, in terms of intellectual knowledge in the last 2 days. So thank you for your commitment, your energy in making this project a real one. It was fantastic. However, it cannot happen without the great idea of the Vice Rector holding such a conference here in Natolin, and to let the students a lot of freedom to organize this conference. It was a true way to be empowered and to learn how to organize such event. And I'm sure that we will use those skills in the very next future. So on this, I would like to express my gratitude to the College of Europe in Natolin for their support, Barbara, that have been coordinating the society with the Nest and the administration the whole year, for some evenings spent in the rectorate, but at great time. And at the end, the result looks very good, so it's fantastic. Ambassador Lokowski for the time dedicated in meetings and advising us so much on the conference, trying to make everything looks great and have great speakers. Also, they are not visible right now, but the communication office and the ICT team for their hard work because we needed those to make it possible online, but also to advertise it and to spread the word. So big thanks to them. And then, of course, such a conference, an academic conference, have to have a scientific committee, and I'm delighted that it was composed by the teacher I got the chance to meet this year, Professor Anna Arens-Valles, Professor Dick Buschle, Professor Oberter, Professor Henk Umbach, Professor Andrea Benzani, and Professor James Anderson, and Professor Giacomo Luciani. It was great help to meet you on campus and to be able to discuss the outcome of this conference. I think on your side and on our side, we learn a lot from your experience, from your different backgrounds. Some of them also took part in this conference as moderator, and I would like to thank them for joining us during these 2 days, and not just times during the year. There have been great moderators who were able to lead the discussion in a lively way, and that was making the panel very interesting. They were assisted by students, the same that I mentioned in the organizing committee, and I would like to thank these people again for taking the task, a challenging task, but a necessary one, to make sure that the question of speakers, of participants, were given to speakers and to have a great Q&A. At the end, I hope shining a light on energy 10 years of Lisbon Treaty has been an insightful conference, both for speakers and the audience. From my side, I had great pleasure to hear about so many interesting and specific topics on energy and climate policy, going from 10 years of energy in Lisbon Treaty to the next challenge that we have to face right now. Last but definitely not least, a wide thank you, a general thank you to the Natolin community as a whole, and my mates from the Hanahan promotion for their endless support throughout the year. It has been a blessing for me to work with the staff members, but also to be part of this community this year, to work with and around those people. My very last word will be that I hope to see, to meet you somewhere in Europe to further discuss energy and climate policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alexandra, for your kind words. And yeah, what we have now, we have a lot of stuff to be somehow translated into the publication, which we are going to have in a year from now. And it is a project to be completed by the college. And we hope very much to have this publication duly reviewed and to be published in the very professional way, so that the outcome of today's conference would be last for those who are willing to deepen and extend the knowledge in the EU climate and energy policy. And your word sounds a little bit like a farewell speech, and it is actually, because next Friday you have your graduation. And from my side, personally, I'd like to wish you all the best in the post-Natolin life, and I hope you survive it, because I know that it is very, very hard for the student to live this community, to live this community, and living this community will be, I think, a very difficult time for you, but you can survive it. And all the best in the future, and I hope we'll meet each other soon, professionally and privately. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.